Chapter 26. A fight where no one wins. Since that day, the war against the Soul King had raged for a century, and it was far from over. 125 battles. 0 wins, 9,125 draws, 0 losses. A vicious tightrope walk where everything would be lost the moment either of us conceded even a single defeat. God. I just want to surrender. I want to pull a French. Wave the white flag. The 100 Years' War was a French victory, so why does it feel like I've spent a century fighting only to end up in World War II? Lying naked on the dirt floor, I tossed and turned while muttering nonsense before finally face-planting into the earth with a heavy sigh. Since I opened my mouth while buried in the dirt, a mouthful of soil and grass rushed in. Naturally, the scent of raw greenery and the grit of earth filled my mouth. Not even a cow would eat a meal this shitty. With that thought, I rolled over onto my side. Crunch, crunch. Chewing on the soil and grass, I blinked at the valley that had now become a massive, jagged fissure in the world that I swallowed the mess in my mouth and let out another sigh. In the past, if even a speck of dust got into my mouth, I would have spat and gagged like a madman. Now I felt nothing. I like to think of myself as a sane person, but every time I realize things like this, I'm reminded of just how far gone I actually am. In that sense, I really wanted to end this precarious tightrope walk as soon as possible. Hey disciple, hurry the hell up. My disciple, who was supposed to be researching how to seal the Soul King, he's late. Very late. Am I going to turn into a geezer before he gets here? Maybe it's because I've done nothing but fight for these past 100 years, but I think I'm going senile. I can't stop talking to myself. My body is perfectly fine, but my mind is fraying. It feels like my hardware is top of the line, but I've been infected with some nasty mental ransomware. I miss you, disciple. Honestly, I didn't think about him once during all this time, but now that I actually need him, I'm feeling nostalgic. In that regard, I might be as cold as the Soul King. I brushed off the useless thought, sat up, and scanned my surroundings. I've been waiting for a century. Yet there's still no sign of that brat. I let out a long, weary sigh. But seriously, why is he taking so long? No joke, if he's any later, this world is going to be consumed beyond recovery. It won't even matter if it's divided into the 3 worlds or not. It'll just collapse entirely. I didn't realize this because I'm smart or because I have knowledge of the original series. Crackle. Whoa, shit. Almost fell. The damn ground is literally crumbling beneath me. It's like, what was it? That old anime where they fight in a digital world? Like when data gets deleted and the world starts pixelating into nothingness, that's happening in reality right now. Get here already, please. I don't even know how much longer this world can hold on. Sighing again, a habit that's become far too frequent lately, I avoided a sinkhole-like rift and lay down on a patch of ground that was still relatively intact. Oh, for God's sake. Why do you show up the second I lie down? Does this guy have some kind of clairvoyance? Does he wait for the exact moment I try to take a breather just to mess with me? This is exactly why I want to pull a French and quit. Every time I try to catch my breath, he finishes healing himself and creeps back over. Who would want to keep fighting like this? I guess I'm pretty incredible for doing this shit for 100 years. With a bitter smile, I stood up and warmed up my body as I always did. Maybe because I'd fought over 9,000 consecutive battles, my joints felt stiff, but a little stretching loosened them right up. If my body didn't recover this quickly, I probably would have lost at least once by now, and that loss would have been my last. Alright. Round 9126. The 1v1 grudge match against the Soul King. I'm sure it'll end in a draw again, but let's have a good one. I was bracing myself, expecting him to open with a Erasure Cannon. I just gave it that name because he shoots spirit particles, but then I felt at point 4 familiar presences were approaching. Tsunoyashiro, Shihoin, Shiba, and Kuchiki. It had been 100 years since I'd felt them, but perhaps because my life had been nothing but combat lately, I recognized them instantly. Finally, this tedious fight is coming to an end. As I let out a sigh of relief and looked at the Soul King, he snapped his head toward the direction of the 4 ancestors. It was obvious he was about to do something to them. Whoa there, where do you think you're going? The old folks should play with the old folks. I shattered the translucent barrier in an instant, threw my arm around the Soul King's neck, and gripped his shoulder tight. Sizzle, a sound like flowing electricity hummed as blue lines traced across the Soul King's shoulder. What was that again? Blutvene? Something like that. I didn't remember the details perfectly, but don't give me that menacing look. You were the one who asked for this, remember? Truth be told, his face was as expressionless as ever, but I chuckled and slammed him into the ground. At that moment, a burst of blue energy erupted from the Soul King's body in all directions. Arg! Holy! I don't know what kind of power that was, but it was absolutely disgusting. The skin on both my arms, which had been holding him, was completely flayed off, leaving the muscle exposed. It hurt like hell, but the only saving grace was that it stopped there. If it had been anyone else, it wouldn't have ended with just their arms. They would have been reduced to a handful of ash before they could even react. Looking at the potency, I doubt even ash would remain. You were hiding this? You didn't show it even once until now, so why pull it out now? Right, no way he's going to tell me. In the original series, if a character asked, "Ugh, what is this ability?" the villain would happily blather on about it. I guess that's the difference with the Soul King. I laughed at my own pointless thoughts and flexed my hands. Squirt, squirt. The blood that was pulsing out with every heartbeat suddenly stopped. I stopped the bleeding with pure muscle tension. Doesn't make sense? It's an anime world. Deal with it. I clenched and unclenched my fists. I could still use them, but they weren't in any condition for a full-throttle exchange. TCH. Can't use these arms for a while. Muttering that, I looked back at the Soul King. The landscape surrounding him was completely warped, likely due to that energy burst from earlier. How should I describe it? It looked like a corrupted image file. That's the feeling. Honestly, it was terrifying. How much power did he use to make reality itself distort like that? And terrifying stuff. What's even more terrifying is am I actually a monster? Unbelievable. I gave a bitter smile at the renewed realization and let my arms hang limp at my sides. Seeing that, the Soul King turned back toward the four ancestors. He seemed to think I was no longer capable of continuing the fight. That's hubris. What do you think allowed me to move faster than sound and run alongside light itself until now? My abilities. Teleportation? No. It was my leg strength, honed to a sheer, pure absolute. I swung my leg at the Soul King with everything I had. It was a basic roundhouse kick, the absolute fundamental of fundamentals, but its destructive power was beyond imagination. The Soul King's body folded like an old flip phone as he was sent flying into the distance, completely leveling a mountain upon impact. Legs have always been stronger than arms. It had been a while since I used my legs for offense. Maybe I put too much into it. My ankle was stinging. Glancing down, I saw it was already quite swollen. Tenacious bastard. You even managed a counterattack in that split second. I didn't know if he saw the future or if his eyes simply tracked the speed, but either way he reacted. I shook out my stiff ankle and crossed my arms. Does this count as one win for me? As I said that, the Soul King, who should have been sent flying, reappeared right in front of me. As if to say he would never acknowledge such a victory. Just let me win once, man. Isn't this enough? As I thought that, the Soul King reached his hand out toward me. I let out a sigh, assuming he wasn't going to let it go, but I immediately noticed something strange. The blue lines from before weren't on his arm. And the power I felt was significantly weaker. No, to begin with, is he not using the surrounding erasure? Usually, before the Soul King attacks, he subordinates the surrounding spirit particles, bending them to his will. That's why the environment shatters whenever he uses his power. But this time, he hadn't gathered a single particle. No, perhaps he had stopped gathering environmental erasure a long time ago. When did that start? Right around when our fights crossed the 8,000 mark. It was right when the world began to dangerously crumble. Was the reason he attacked me every time I tried to rest simply to prevent me from having the time to realize this? No, is that too much of a leap? But at least one thing was certain, this bastard. Even without your consciousness, were you using your own life force to protect the world? Looking at the Soul King, whose skin had become as white as an unfinished porcelain mannequin, I let out a hollow laugh. Except for his hair and eyes, he looked literally bleached. A person on the verge of death wouldn't look this pale. The end was approaching without hesitation. Why would you go that far? An end for a beginning. I'd heard it many times, but it was still an inscrutable concept. The literal meaning was clear, yet the intent remained frustratingly vague. If you die like this, what does it achieve? You could just use your power to divide the three worlds yourself. Why are you so hell-bent on dying? Naturally, there was no answer. Yeah. Of course there wouldn't be. I was scratching my head in irritation and staring off into the distance when I heard the Soul King's voice. You are the fifth. What? How? Didn't he say his self-awareness was gone? And the fifth? Wait, does that mean I'm? In an instant, an enormous amount of speculation filled my head. Why are you telling me that now? I tried to ask, but the Soul King was no longer in a state to answer. Because a sharp blade had already erupted through the center of his chest. Seal. That blade had completely severed the Soul King's dying body from the world, fixing him in place. Did I let my arms fall limp as I stared at the Soul King, who now looked exactly as he did in the original series. Self-centered to the very end. I guess that's what it means to be a king. A magnificent bastard. 9, 126 battles. 0 wins, 9,126 draws, 0 losses. In the end, it was a hollow result where no one claimed victory. Would it have killed you to let me win at the end, you stingy prick? Chapter 27. Just as I expected, I stood there staring at the Soul King, now completely solidified, and spat out a string of curses. Just then, my dear disciple stepped slowly out from behind him. His face, as usual, was unreadable. It was a different kind of inscrutable compared to the Soul King. It's been 100 years, disciple of mine. You haven't shown your face or even sent a greeting during all that time. What brings you all the way here now? I already knew exactly what he was here to do, but I asked with a smile, feigning ignorance. Sure enough, my disciple stepped out from behind the Soul King with a bitter smile and spoke. My apologies, master. Ever since you vanished from the forest, I have been far too busy managing its affairs. But more than that, as you surely know, researching and deciphering the power of the Soul King, a being beyond the heavens, took a considerable amount of time. You're being quite wordy. Well, I suppose you have your reasons. I suppose it can't be helped if you were busy. So, how is it? Does it feel like you're dying, having to take over all the work your master used to do? Yes. I truly thought I might die. To think you were handling such a grueling task all by yourself. Of course. Who do you think I am? I'm the only man who ever became buddies with the Soul King. As I chuckled and continued talking, my disciple countered me nonchalantly, his hands fidgeting slightly, clenching and unclenching his fist like that was a habit he had whenever he felt anxious, but I didn't bother pointing it out, because right now he was acting the part of being anxious. Maybe it was because I'd spent so much time with the Soul King, who had about as much emotion as a pebble, that I could now pick up on even the slightest shifts in emotion instantly. What is he aiming for? I threw that question into the back of my mind, but it wasn't because I actually didn't know. Being the coward and perfectionist that he was, the only reason he'd show his face here was because he'd finally found a way to seal the Soul King completely. Of course, he must have something else prepared, which is why he's putting on this pathetic performance. Could it not be an act? No, it definitely was. As for what he's aiming for, I don't even need to look to know. Right. It's been a while, so shall we chat? I'm a bit tired after fighting to the death with the Soul King after all. Yes. Let us do that. You might ask why I don't just kill him when I know what he's after and who his target is. Why start now? If I had wanted to kill him, I would have crushed his skull the very moment he thought about killing me. But the reason I didn't was because of the original story. Well, that was the... Therefore, I ask that you protect them. The Soul King gave up his own life for the sake of a new world and left me with that request. I have to honor it. I briefly wondered if I still needed to protect things now that the Soul King has become the linchpin, but I brushed the thought aside. If I were to kill my disciple here, I would be negating the choice of the Soul King who entrusted his life to the future. More than that, I'd be negating my past self who respected that choice enough to look away as my friend died. So, how did you manage to cage the Soul King? I studied the transparent wall that surrounds him and used it against him. The transparent wall? Is he talking about the thing I shattered with my fists before? I see he saw that too. When did you see it? I confirmed it the first time you shattered the wall the Soul King was wearing, master. Just as I expected, I smacked my lips and looked at the Soul King, now trapped inside that crystal-like formation. The more I look at it, the more he looks like a taxidermy specimen. It feels disgusting. Staring at it was only going to sour my mood, so I flopped backward and looked up at the sky. The sky was damnably clear. Almost as if it were blessing a new beginning. My thoughts kept wandering. Impressive. So what were the results of your research? Into that transparent wall? A wall of paradox that counters the natural order by rejecting all phenomena. To put it simply, it is a wall that nullifies all external physical phenomena and interference from other events. Pfft. What a nasty ability. So you're saying he was basically invincible? However, considering he could still interfere with the outside from the inside, it is a truly nonsensical power. Terrifying. Simply terrifying. He was sitting in a safe zone, controlling Raisher and blasting off cannons while hiding behind such a broken skill. Well, I already knew that .it was Shun Shun Rika, the ability in no way Orihime had. I wondered what it was at first, but after hearing the explanation it clicked immediately. The reason I still remember Inoue's name is because she was the main heroine of Bleach, and more importantly because her breasts were the size of watermelons. She was like a second Shohoin. No, maybe I shouldn't categorize her like that. Yorichi of the thighs, Inoue of the watermelons. I thought for a moment before slamming my fist into my own temple. The impact was so strong that the shockwave traveled through my head and left a crater in the ground on the opposite side. My brain rattled, but I recovered instantly. Naturally, I didn't lose consciousness. I've become far too strong to be knocked out by something like this now. Of course, it seemed to be a huge shock to my disciple who was watching right next to me. He forgot his act entirely and just stared at me, blinking his eyes. Why did you just harm yourself? Huh? Oh, this? I think I'm going senile. I keep having these shitty thoughts. The truth was that I've been a virgin for over 100 years and was so busy fighting my ass off that I couldn't even find time to rub one out, but I didn't want to admit that to my disciple. Your master's libido has broken past its limits, so he's hallucinating nonsense. Who would want to know that? And who the hell could say that out loud? Anyway. So you're saying that Seal utilizes that same principle? I tossed the conversation topic back to him to make it easier to talk, but my disciple couldn't find his words for a while. Was it really that shocking? I shut my mouth and reviewed the situation from a moment ago. A master you haven't seen in 100 years approaches you naked with his junk swinging around, suddenly punches himself in the temple, and says he thinks he's going senile. Yeah, it's understandable he'd be shocked. I'll give him that one. Since I was a true master who understood my disciple's heart. I waited patiently for him to regain his senses and continue the story. You asked about the seal. Yeah, that's right. You said you used the Soul King's wall? Yes. By taking the characteristic of rejecting external phenomena and reversing it, I made it reject internal phenomena, then fixed it in that state. However, because the characteristic of being able to interfere with the outside from the inside was also reversed, it is now possible for the outside to interfere with the inside. You'd better guard it well. If someone kills the Soul King, all hell will break loose. He dies at the end of the original story anyway, but there's no need to tell him that. With that thought, I watched the floating clouds with a lethargic expression. Just how far ahead are you looking? At least further than you're thinking. When I gave that answer with a smirk just to mess with him, the disciple standing next to me began to slowly back away. Is it my turn after the Soul King? Master. No. You are a threat too great for this world. So you won't even call me master anymore? Because the play acting is no longer meaningful. In the first place, you never viewed me as a disciple, did you? You caught me. Then I can say this now, right? I've never had a disciple like you. As I said that with a chuckle, Tsuneyashiro closed his eyes. Way of binding Bakuto number 1, Psi restrict. My body felt just a tiny bit stiff. How should I describe it? It felt exactly like the moment right before you stretch after waking up from a nap. I was about to move my body to shake it off as a warm-up, but the Shohoin woman's voice rang out from behind me. Way of binding Bakuto number 2, Shido roost. Is that you, Shohoin? How can a tomboy like you even use Kido? How did you pull that off? Usually you wouldn't be able to handle this. I wondered if the reason they were late was because they were teaching this tomboy Kido as I laughed at the thought. Shohoin's face contorted as if she were about to burst into tears. Why the long face? This was your choice. I won't let you speak any further. Way of binding Bakuto number 3, Oxui, Jade Shatter. With a cracking sound, the surroundings warped, making it uncomfortable to move. It felt like trying to push through thick brush. Next to appear was Shiba. However, unexpectedly, Shiba didn't use Kido on me. Instead, he fell to his knees and slammed his forehead against the ground. I won't make excuses and say this was the only way. I am sorry. I am sorry. I am so sorry. The guy who talked so much shut his mouth right after that. It was so unexpected that I just blinked, while Tsuneyashiro frowned and waved his hand. Way of binding Bakuto number 4, Jiasung the Beyond. Hick sob. Tsunasan. I, I, I can't do this. As the fourth Bakuto wrapped around my body, Kuchiki Myron appeared, weeping loudly. Tsuneyoshiro, clenching his teeth, moved his hand once more. Way of binding, Bakuto number 5. After that came Rikujikoro, 6-rod light restraint, Hyaparankin, 100-stepped railing, Seijo Sabaku, Gashatekwan, 5-pillar iron crest, Kyoyabaku, 9 solar bind, Mukin, inner gate, Hyaku, secret, and Kin, prohibit. A total of 13 Bakuto weighed down on me and suppressed me. The 13-fold eternal seal. These are 13 Bakuto created for the sole purpose of sealing you. No matter who you are, you shouldn't be able to move while bound by all of these. I guess so. Oh, I'm actually floating in the air even if I relax and let my body go limp. This is actually pretty comfortable that I enjoyed the feeling of floating in the air with a relaxed body for a short moment. So is this the end? I looked at Tsuneyoshiro and asked, is this really all they have? Ha 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 ha. So this was indeed why you summoned me. However, the answer didn't come from Tsuneyoshiro, but from another voice entirely. You monk. I glanced back to see Achibe Hyasub looking at me with those eyes that were still uncomfortably large. Pray call me Dharma as you did before, Forerunner. Forerunner, my ass. You've got me tied up like a common criminal. So what are you here for? You ask the obvious. Why? I am here for peace, of course. As Achibe Hyasub spoke, he drew the massive brush he carried on his back. Blacken. Ikemanji. Chapter 28. Did you think it was over? 100 years of continuous battle with the Soul King. During that time, Tsuneyoshiro had meticulously recorded every single clash, watching the world unravel further with every blow struck. As he watched the world crumble day by day, he felt as though he might lose his mind, fearing that the looming void would eventually consume even him. Yet he gritted his teeth and persevered with his research. The Soul King was the linchpin required to maintain this world. He had to be kept alive, he had to be captured. Driven by that judgment, Tsuneyoshiro continued his research incessantly, keeping death, which he feared so much, right by his side in a situation where no one would have blamed him for going mad. At the end of that road, he perfected the technique for the Ukin royal key, to seal the Soul King, and crafted 13 seals intended to bind his master. The one he feared might become a threat to the world. Stopper. Time. Imperial Seal. Underworld. Triple Prism Flash. 6-rod light restraint. 100-step railing. Locking bondage. 5 pillars of iron. 9 sunlight traps. Void. Leap. Sealed. In truth, if even one component failed, he wouldn't be able to stop his master. Each ritual on its own was a sealing technique of the lowest efficiency, but if I can just stack them all, he was confident, combined they would become a barrier stronger than any wall that rejected the Soul King's will. And yet, why is he not resisting? His master made no attempt to fight back, even though he clearly possessed the power to do so. No matter how much Tsuneyoshiro racked his brains, he could not fathom the man's intentions. That made it even more terrifying, that made it all the more necessary to be certain. Lord Hyasub. So, Tsuneyoshiro called upon Achibe Hyasub that if his research was correct, the card known as Achibe Hyasub would be the most lethal dagger to use against both his master and the Soul King. Fortunately, Achibe had nodded at Tsuneyoshiro's request, and thus he stood here now. Tsuneyoshiro kept his mouth shut tight as he watched his master. No, the man who was once his master. Accept the 13-fold eternal seal without the slightest resistance. Hoo-ha-hot. So this was your reason for calling me. Achibe Hyasub let out a hearty laugh as he looked at Tsuneyoshiro, who nodded back. This would work. This was enough. Every card is in play. Swallowing hard, he looked at the Forerunner. The Forerunner, who had maintained a lethargic expression until now, stiffened his face upon seeing Achibe Hyasub. You damn monk. His expression soured and his voice was thick with distaste. To anyone watching, he looked like a man who had been caught in a predicament, and Tsuneyoshiro cheered inwardly. It worked! Now the world would finally be at peace. Some might ask if peace built upon sacrifice is meaningless. To them he would counter, a world that collapses without sacrifice is the true meaninglessness. Call me Dharma as you did before, O Forerunner. At Achibe's words, the Forerunner let out a deep sigh and shook his head. Wait. He shook his head. Forerunner, my ass. Not when you've got me tied up like a criminal with all these ornaments. Clang. Tsuneyashiro gasped as he watched the forerunner lazily wave his chain-bound arms while he spoke. However, Ichibe Hyasub and the other three ancestors didn't seem particularly concerned. So what are you here for? I have to end this quickly. You ask the obvious. Tsuneyashiro looked at Ichibe. Ichibe Hyasub, noticing the gaze, stopped what he was about to say and gripped his brush. I came here for the sake of peace. With those words, Ichibe Hyasub drew his brush. All the black of the universe began to converge toward him, just as spirit particles once gathered toward the Soul King. Be stained in black. Ikemonji, fully releasing the power of his brush, Ichibe Hyasub slashed downward toward the forerunner, *SHIING. A black line stretching from the edge of the sky to the edge of the earth and beyond the horizon bifurcated the world. Standing at the center, the forerunner was dyed black from head to toe, appearing as nothing more than a shadow. The forerunner did not move until the world Ichibe had cleaved began to return to its original state, just in case there was even a 1 in a million chance of failure. The final Kido was unleashed upon the blackened forerunner. Bakuto number 99, Part 2. Bankin. The ultimate binding of Bankin consists of 3 movements: first song, halting fabric, second song, 100 lotus, and final song, Bankin Taiho. Having lost his name due to Ichibe Hyasub's Ikemonji, the forerunner was crushed by a massive pillar, vanishing beneath the earth. It was a pillar of such immense mass that the unstable world, already shaken by the Soul King, trembled violently. No matter if it was the forerunner who stood side by side with the Soul King, stripped of his name and robbed of his power, he could never withstand this. Ryua umble literally, the heavens and the earth shook. There was no way he could endure. Tsuneyashiro held this conviction firmly, yet he bit his lip as he noticed his left hand trembling uncontrollably. Clearly, everything was going according to plan. Yet, swept by an inexplicable sense of dread, Tsuneyashiro frowned deeply and stared at the upright monument of Bankin Taiho. Even after the thick clouds of dust, large enough to obscure the entire seal, had settled, Bankin Taiho remained motionless and perf.
Look, if you've actually made it this far into the video and you're still here, come on then, hit subscribe. And honestly, if you think a friend of yours would like this, go on and share it with them. It really helps out. Right, I'm done. I'll get out of your hair now so you can get back to the good stuff. But seriously, stick around till the end. It's well worth it.
Is it over? At Shihoin's words, his tension almost snapped, but Tsuneyashiro did not relax. He stepped toward the Great Seal. There's nothing more I can do, but at the very least I must make the binding more robust. He decided to supplement the gaps in the Kido with rituals and sorcery. With that thought, he wrapped the pillar with hand-braided sacred ropes and poured everything he had researched, from forbidden rituals to sealing incantations, into the site. Watching this, Shihoin approached and snatched Tsuneyashiro's wrist. What are you doing, Shihoin Razatsu? This is enough. Anything more is an insult. I would rather aim for absolute perfection than regret it later. Let go. Grip. Far from letting go, Shihoin tightened her grip at Tsuneyashiro's words. Wincing at the pain, Tsuneyashiro tried to shake her off, but Shihoin increased her strength as if she had no intention of releasing him. Shihoin Razatsu. You agreed to this plan as well, didn't you? What I agreed to was suppressing Master so he wouldn't go on a rampage. But this is... Don't be a child, Shihoin Razatsu. Shut up. Don't say my name so lightly. It reached the point where the sound of shifting bone could be heard before Tsuneyashiro finally gritted his teeth and relaxed his arm. Only then did Shihoin release her hold and step back. That name was given to me by my benefactor and master. Do not speak it so casually. Ha! Regretting it now? Or are you making excuses like I didn't want it to be like this? Don't you realize that's nothing but hypocrisy? Or are you pretending not to know while you know full well? At his words, Shihoin clenched her fists and trembled before hanging her head low. Tsuneyashiro clicked his tongue. Shiba remained with his head bowed to the ground, and Kachiki quietly approached to hug Shihoin. Ha! She is still but a child. It is not strange for her to struggle to understand her own heart. Do not scold her so harshly, Tsuna. Lord Hyasub. Well, either way, is today not a grand day? Though there were sacrifices, the world has reclaimed its peace. Why don't we discuss the matters to come? Even if we spend all our time sharing such things, it won't be enough. Tsuneyashiro nodded at Achibe's advice. Achibe said, the balance of spirit particles had been shattered, and they were on the brink of total collapse. There was no time to waste in devising a countermeasure. You are correct, Ryuer Umble asterisk. Crack, Crayarak, the monument of Bankin Taiho, which had been motionless, began to shake violently. Impossible. How? We sealed the great pillar and the entire surrounding foundation together. How could he possibly? What do you mean how? Gah! At the sound of the voice echoing from below, the 5 of them, including Tsuneyashiro, gasped and stared at the spot where the forerunner was sealed. Moments later, Bankin Taiho lurched violently and began to slowly rise. What? It can't be. Ha, this is truly monstrous. Eek. Asterisk grinned. Asterisk, you just have to lift the whole foundation along with it. True to his words, the forerunner reappeared, lifting the entire foundation and the massive pillar of Bankin Taiho atop his shoulders. Now let me ask you once more, you brats. Did you truly think it was over? Chapter 29. Actually, it's over. Hyasub Achibe, the monk who calls the real name Monako, the first being ever taken in by the Soul King, with eyes that pierce through all, he is the one who bestows names. By another name, he is the one who takes them away. The terrifying aspect of Achibe Hyasub's power lies in his absolute advantage over anyone who possesses a name. Cut the arm and it becomes AR. Cut it again, it becomes A. Cut it once more and it becomes. Because he possesses the power to bestow names upon sight, he also holds the power to strip them away and erase them. Being robbed of their name loses their function. To have no name is to have one's very existence denied. Thus, as an enemy, Achibe Hyasub is infinitely dangerous, but as an ally there is no one more reliable. However, there exist irrational beings against whom even such logic does not apply. Ugh. I must have dozed off. Maybe it's because I couldn't even catch a wink of proper sleep during those 100 years. Once I was covered in a warm cloth and treated with a few needles, I fell dead asleep. Wawar crack, snap, must have slept in a bad position. My neck and lower back felt stiff. Would have been nice if those needles had gone a bit deeper. What a shame. I don't remember exactly when, but I have a faint memory of feeling incredibly refreshed after getting long needle acupuncture at a traditional clinic. The reason I can't speak with certainty is that it's a story from such a distant past that it's all hazy now that I end my past life. I died in my early 30s. I remember that much clearly. I was exactly 32. The cause of death was being crushed by a steel beam falling at a construction site. I remembered it the moment I was flattened under this damn hunk of iron. It's a bit too noisy for shock therapy. Anyway, my life in my previous world was excessively short compared to my current life. It's no surprise that my memories aren't perfect. Yuck. KGGH. Aya. I let out a refreshing yawn scream, pulling it from the depths of my abdomen as I stretched. I felt completely recovered. I was still a bit short on sleep, but not enough to pass out immediately, so I massaged my temples to wake myself up. Time to get moving. Wawar I tapped my temples with my palms and let out a long, lingering yawn. Wiping away the tiny teardrops from my eyes with the back of my hand, I placed my palm against the massive hunk of iron pinning me to the floor. Quite heavy this. Of course, it wasn't impossible to lift. When I gave it a slight push with some strength, it began to move, along with the surrounding earth. Is this guy a total lunatic? He sealed me along with the entire bedrock. How is this different from burying someone alive and pouring concrete over them? Terrifying. To think I had the balls to keep a guy like this under me as a disciple for decades. Phew. I shook my head and applied a bit more force, lifting the entire foundation. As the ground rose, a minor earthquake naturally occurred. As I exerted myself further to step outside, Tsuneyashiro's horrified voice reached my ears. Impossible. How? I sealed you with the 10,000 gold grand seal and the entire surrounding bedrock, so how? Ah, so its name is the 10,000 gold grand seal. I've heard that name somewhere before. Was it in the original series? After thinking for a moment, I opened my mouth. Since this is the world of Bleach, I had to play along with the drama. How? Like this. Gasp. Seriously, every single one of his reactions is top tier. I chuckled and stood up fully, hoisting the 10. What? No way. Ha, what an immense force. Eek. CR crack RR rumble boom. Asterisk looking at Tsuneyashiro's shock and the reactions of the 5 ancestors, I finally understood why characters in this world loved blabbing about their abilities. When you get reactions this satisfying, how could you keep your mouth shut? All you have to do is lift the foundation with it. This is the right vibe, isn't it? Well, it wasn't exactly an ability but pure physical strength, but I guess it doesn't matter. Hup. I tossed the 10,000 gold grand seal aside like trash, brushed the dust off my hands and crossed my arms. I smirked at the mixture of emotions, shock, rage, sorrow, admiration and joy, radiating from the 5 individuals, including Ichibe Hyasube. Now let me ask you one more time, brats. Crack snap, is this the end? I'd actually be a little disappointed if it were. As I tilted my head mockingly, Tsuneyashiro, who seemed the most shaken, was the first to speak. How? How did you do it? You should have lost your name to Ichibe Hyasube's Ikemonji. And yet how? Explaining it in the Bleach style gets tiring after the first time. I scratched my head and shrugged. I wonder. Isn't figuring that out the job of a researcher like you? I frowned at the way he glared at me with eyes full of fury. This guy is the one who messed up, so why is he taking his temper out on me? Seriously, whoever raised this kid's personality did a SH. Ah, it was me. Feeling a microscopic grain of responsibility, I scratched my head again. Fine, whatever. I should at least give them a hint. Have I ever once told you lot my name? Don't tell me. Maybe because he was naturally brilliant, he caught on immediately to that tiny hint, and his eyes began to tremble. It was the same for that Dharma-looking guy. He let out a hollow laugh and massaged his bald head. Though no matter how much he rubs it, nothing's going to grow back. You have no name? Sure enough, my disciple hit the mark perfectly, so I gave him a round of applause. Isacta, exactly as you said, I have no name. That's preposterous. To have no name. Such a being cannot possibly exist. Why not? There's one right behind your back. As I spoke with a smirk, Tsuneyashiro turned around and gritted his teeth, looking as though he had realized a fatal error. Instead of Tsuneyashiro, who had fallen silent as if deep in thought, the bald Dharma rubbed his head and spoke while crossing his arms. The Soul King's very existence is the Soul King. His name is his existence itself, so I believe he is quite different from you. Well, you guys do call me the forerunner. As I shrugged, the Dharma monk shook his head. Does the fact that the sand we stand on is earth make that its specific name? It's the difference between a noun and a pronoun. It's subtle, but he's right. I nodded and shook off the lingering Bakuto restraints that were bothering me. There are words that point toward my existence, but there is no name that defines me. Feeling like they would reach the answer eventually if given enough time, I gave it to them straight. Tsuneyashiro practically had a fit. Such a thing is impossible. A nameless being? How can a non-existent entity undergo change? In this world that was once eternal and unchanging, with neither evolution nor regression, who do you think brought change first? Who do you think first moved with reason in a world where souls drifted like corpses, were eaten by hollows, decayed into erasure, and returned to human form, where life and death were 2 sides of the same coin? Was it not the Soul King? The one who answered was Kachiki. One could think that. In fact, it's natural to think so. But you're wrong. The Soul King appeared in this world to erase the imbalance caused by the emergence of hollows. In his own words, he appeared to eliminate the vile species that threatened the world. In other words, the Soul King was born after the hollows appeared. However, the first one to open his eyes in this world was me. The first one to witness a person turning into a hollow was me. I existed long before the Soul King manifested in this world. And I existed long before the concepts of life and death were even established. From the very beginning, I have existed solely as myself. Well, I did come here with the reincarnation cheat key, but there's no need to tell them that. As I pondered this, Tsuneyashiro's spirit seemed to break as he lowered his head. The Dharma monk either had nothing left to say or was feverishly calculating a new plan, judging by how much he was thinking. Shihoin couldn't even lift her head out of guilt, Shiba was still performing penance, and Kachiki was struggling against her fear. It was truly fascinating to see how diverse their reactions were. I smirked, uncrossed my arms, and jerked my chin toward them. Well, I think I've said enough for you to understand. It means that no matter how much you brats struggle or scheme, it's all useless. Chuckling, I walked over to the monk and Tsuneyashiro, patting them both on the shoulders. But don't worry. I have no intention of interfering with you or the world. There was the Soul King's request, and then there was the choice I had made. After saying that to reassure them, I began walking toward the spot where I had last clashed with the Soul King. Since this is the world you've ended, it is the world you must begin anew. Because that is what the Soul King desired of you. Ah, right. Since I haven't done much mastering until now, I'll leave you with one final word like a proper master should. Ahem. I cleared my throat lightly, focused my intent, and spoke. Look straight at the outcome you have chosen. Do not turn away. Do not deny it. Accept it. Even if you cover filth with a lid because you don't want to see it, the filth does not vanish. Isn't it a waste of your prestigious names to spend your lives playing hide-and-seek with the truth? With those parting words, I prepared to leave. That is, until a voice called out to me. Wait, what is it, Shihoin? You going to apologize now? I spoke teasingly with a smirk, causing Shihoin to scowl. I thought she might lose her temper again, but she replied in a voice thick with suppressed emotion. To do that now would be an insult to you. You catch on fast. That one has a terrible personality, but they're smart. I shrugged as I watched Shihoin, who was chewing over every word with a grimace. So what? Where do you plan on going? Why you want to follow? Don't even think about it. You'll find out naturally as time passes, so why try to know everything ahead of time? There's nothing more boring than living life when you already know the ending. Answer me. No, please answer me. I beg of you. Seeing that expression that looked ready to crumble at any moment, I let out a deep sigh. If they're going that far, I guess I should give an answer. I'll head to hell first and wait for you brats there. Take your time getting there if possible. Clean up the mess you've made before you come. With that, I walked toward the rift in the world, the one the Soul King had shattered in his final struggle. Looking down at the blood-red space below, I let out another long sigh. It really looks like a place I don't want to enter. Well, I guess I have to. It'll be better there than staying here and feeling awkward, and so I fell into hell. Chapter 30, An Initiation? Usually, what comes to mind when you think of hell? Yeah. Hot fire, fucking hot fire, and really fucking hot fire. But having actually fallen into hell, the reality was nothing like that. It was just a crimson space, dyed blood red from the sky to the floor. There's really nothing here. I thought to myself as I floated in midair with my legs crossed and arms folded, as if in a state of zero gravity. Did I realize that a true hell is a place where there is absolutely jack shit. The surface world has so much. Why is hell the only place like this? The Soul King must have known hell existed. Even if a sky was impossible, he could have at least made some ground. After a brief moment of sighing while drifting through the void, a small island far in the distance caught my eye. An island? It was a bit too wide to be called an island, yet too small to be called a continent. For a fleeting second, the word China popped into my head, but I wiped it from my mind, and no matter how much of a demonic realm the human world can be, comparing it to hell is a bit much. Yeah, even so, it's not quite hell. There are still good people there after all. Should I head over for now? I tensed my legs, kicked off the air, and plummeted straight toward the island. With a thunderous boom, I landed on the ground and tested my movements lightly. Unlike when I was outside the island, I felt a subtle resistance. No, rather, it was a familiar sensation, right? Gravity. It was gravity. Does that mean there's zero gravity outside this land? Gravity and zero gravity existing in the same space. Of course, it's a known fact that if you go up, and vertically high enough, you reach the zero-gravity vacuum of space. But for gravity and zero gravity to coexist horizontally makes no sense. Back in my elementary, middle, and high school days, I averaged around a 68 in earth science. Even if I'm no expert, I can tell this situation is pure nonsense. They call it the slit between worlds, and it seems even the laws of physics do whatever the hell they want here. Or does this space just lack laws entirely? Sigh, I don't know. A meathead like me trying to figure out the laws of the world will only end in a headache. Exhaling a deep sigh, I scratched my head and looked around. It's not like looking around would explain much, but I should at least check what's here. There's nothing, but why does this feel familiar? This is clearly a space I'm visiting for the first time, so why the sense of déjà vu? It was puzzling, but since it was too vague to do more than tilt my head, I decided to wander a bit and began walking through hell. As I've been saying, there is nothing in hell. Even the landmass was so small that after walking continuously for about 10 days, I was able to make a full circle around the island. If I had sprinted at full power, I could have circumnavigated it in under a minute. However, since all the urgent business was finished, I felt no need to rush. Walking leisurely ended up taking 10 whole days. After the full tour, I was certain. This is the land where I fought the Soul King. That long, straight gouge that had turned into glass was the part melted when the Soul King fired a rapier cannon. That crater over there was made when I slammed the Soul King into the ground. No matter how many times I looked, it was definitely that same land. The realization made me a bit lightheaded. Didn't this vanish when the Soul King converted it into rapier? Truly strange. And the land seemed much smaller than it was back then. I crossed my arms and racked my brain, but I couldn't figure anything out. Did I lack the motivation to actually do anything anyway, having fought like a dog for 100 years? As for training, I didn't even have a club, so what would I even do? Let's just sleep for now. Since there was nothing to do, I might as well get some shut-eye. Did I lay down on my side, let out a long yawn, and closed my eyes? It was time to work off a century's worth of fatigue. ******. Every human being must have had that experience of thinking, wow, I really slept well. There's no specific criteria for it, but you just instinctively know because all the fatigue in your body has vanished. For example, you wake up, your eyes snap open naturally, and you rise in a good mood, bathed in warm sunlight with the sound of sparrows chirping in the distance like music. And then you realize it's Monday and the thought, wow, I'm fucked, naturally follows. That kind of experience. That's exactly how I felt right now. The moment I opened my eyes, the thought that trying to sleep more would just be a pointless waste of time came to me automatically. Shit. This goddamn body of mine. Why am I cursing after a good sleep? Because it wasn't weeks, it wasn't even days. I woke up after exactly 8 hours. Did I in hell, where the only things to do are shadowboxing the void, kicking the air, or lying spread-eagled on the floor and working hard at doing absolutely nothing. Sleeping was the only way to kill time. And I had even failed at that. Sigh. Unable to stay lying down any longer, I sat up and let out a deep sigh. What should I do? No, seriously, what am I supposed to do? No hollows, no people, no trees, no land. I really am the only thing here. I descended into hell with such confidence, but if I had known it would be like this, I would have just pretended to come here and secretly hidden somewhere else. They say the best way to drive a person insane is to lock them in a room with nothing in it. This room is way too damn big. Fuck. I shouted at the top of my lungs just in case anyone could hear, but far from getting an answer, I didn't even get an echo. In the literal sense, the sound just vanished into nothingness. Phew, okay. I feel refreshed. Nodding to myself, I stood up and stretched. Having nothing to do was something I had felt viscerally since the moment I first opened my eyes in this world. That wasn't training what I started simply because I didn't want to die and wanted to find something, anything, to do. It's no different now than it was then. I just need to find my beginner's mindset again. Alright. Let's do this. Since I have no branches or clubs, the only training I can do is punching and kicking. In that case, there's obviously only one type of tea. Raining to perform. 10,000 punches of gratitude. Or was it 10,000 daily punches of gratitude? Well, whatever. I took my stance in a suitable spot and pressed my palms together. What am I supposed to be grateful for? I hit a wall right at the start. It took 10 seconds just to make the first move because I was busy thinking about what to be thankful for. The first thing I felt grateful for was this body, born with immense physical capabilities that I still couldn't decide were a blessing or a curse. It felt like a fresh sensation. If I had just thrown punches without caring about gratitude, I could have finished in less than 10 minutes. But as soon as that single word gratitude was involved, it felt like I had truly returned to the very beginning. And so I began the 10,000 punches of gratitude. Fuck this. I can't do it. I quit as soon as I hit 1,500. Don't look down on 1,500. In terms of time, it took 8 hours. Trying to find something to be grateful for with every single punch was pure torture. Isn't there anything to do? At that very moment, rumble. Oh! With a massive sound, a shadow began to form beneath my feet. I looked up, and what met my eyes at the edge of my vision was a mountain range wider than this island. Talk about a massive scale. They say the mouth is the source of all calamity, and here I am summoning a meteor. Even so, dropping a whole mountain range on my head is crossing the line, isn't it? After scratching my head and letting out a deep sigh, I threw a punch toward the sky, pulverizing the falling mountain in its entirety. What? Apparently, the damn mountain was an active volcano, because as soon as I shattered it, crimson magma exploded in all directions. Even if I got drenched in it, it wouldn't cause major damage, but I hated the idea of it sticking to my skin and hardening. I twisted my body nimbly, dodging the falling clumps of lava. Rumble. Another one? I looked up and another mountain was falling. What is this? The mountain version of some old building-crushing game? It was obvious it would be annoying if I got buried, so I threw another punch, destroying the mountain and dodging the lava. But after that, a third and a fourth mountain began to fall. What the hell are those crazies doing on the outside? Are they dropping mountains to kill me? I considered it for a moment, but that wasn't it. The mountains weren't necessarily falling right on top of my head. They felt like they were being dumped at random, with no rules or logic, much like trash thrown into a bin, bumping into things and falling irregularly. Are they using hell as a trash can? No, there's no way they'd do something so insane knowing I'm here. They should know full well that if I put my mind to it, I could smash my way out of hell or whatever this is. Let's just watch for now. Standing at the edge of the island, the edge of a new continent created by the fallen volcano, I scratched my head while watching another continent drop in the distance. Chapter 31. Life in Hell. I was so bored with nothing to do that I decided to try writing a diary in the dirt. First off, I'm continuing my training that I decided to tone down the whole sincere gratitude vibe and just give thanks for whatever felt convenient as I found it. For example, if I find a weirdly shaped stone while walking, I'll give thanks to the walk for allowing me to find that stone. And from there, I can chain it together. While giving thanks for the walk, I naturally give thanks for my own willpower for deciding to take that walk in the first place. By increasing my gratitude through these useless little things. It only took about 5 hours to complete 1,500 gratitude straight punches. Of course, I haven't hit 10,000 yet. How the hell am I supposed to find things to be grateful for when there's nothing here? Fuck, sigh. What's the point of getting angry? Just endure it. Gratitude for my incredible patience. Wait, did I use that one for the 30th punch already? I don't know. Did I really have no idea how Chairman Netero managed this crap? What a legendary old man. Well, enough about training. Let's talk about hell. Massive meteors are still falling from the sky like trash. The end. Seriously, I have nothing else to say. At most, I could mention that when active volcanoes full of sulfur fall, the whole place smells like rotten eggs. I have no idea what those bastards up there are doing. That if I knew it would be like this, I would have stayed on the surface and just come to hell later. Sigh. ******* 1 month since I started living in hell. Nothing has changed. Well, maybe the fact that the active volcanoes keep erupting, forming lava lakes and making rivers of magma flow here and there? Actually, wait. Isn't that a lot of change? It feels like this place is finally becoming a proper hell. But one inconvenient thing has come up. This fucking rotten egg smell is seriously pissing me off. 2 months since I started living in hell that I've gotten somewhat used to the sulfur smell. Come to think of it, I used to eat a lot of sulfur-fed duck and things like that in the past. Gratitude for being able to remember the past. Speaking of sulfur duck, I really want some duck meat right now. Not just a tiny nibble, but a whole handful of it dipped in plenty of mustard, stuffed into my mouth until it's full. Since I haven't felt hunger since inhabiting this body, I'm finally having thoughts like these. Gratitude for a body that doesn't starve. And gratitude for the fact that I can live until the day I finally find the food I want to eat. Speaking of gratitude, I recently reached 2,000 gratitude straight punches. Since I kept giving thanks for the same things, it only took about an hour to fill 2,000. As long as I can find a reason for gratitude, throwing a punch is easier than breathing. Nothing special is happening. But that's exactly why I'm living each day in gratitude for this peaceful daily life. I should use this too. Completed the 2,001st punch. *****, 10 years since I started living in hell. As the saying goes, even rivers and mountains change in 10 years, and a lot truly has changed. Hell has expanded so much that it takes an entire day to traverse even if I run at full speed. Rivers of lava and lakes filled with magma have formed. That happened a while ago. Recently, a massive amount of water poured down, and thanks to that, clouds have formed in the sky. Not only that, some areas where the water poured down the most have become boiling sulfur hot springs. Although you have to pick your spot carefully. Areas close to the volcanoes have become highly acidic because of the sulfur. If you jump in without knowing, you'll melt. Not that it affects me at all, though. Gratitude for being able to wash in warm water. Of course, I have a perfect superhuman body that doesn't need to use the bathroom, doesn't sweat, and never loses hair, so I don't really need to wash, but it's about the mood, you know? Come to think of it, I can just be grateful for this too. I started training because I had nothing to do, but recently I found joy in searching for things to be grateful for. It's my only pleasure in this hell where there's nothing to do. Gratitude for being able to feel this kind of enjoyment. Good, that makes 5,000 punches. Asterisk 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 100 years since I started living in hell. To commemorate the passage of 100 years, I threw a small party. The participants were me and, that's it for real that for 100 years, the only things falling down here are active volcanoes, oceans, and continents? Fuck. Shouldn't at least one person have died and fallen down here by the 100-year mark? Wait, I forgot this is the Bleach universe, so everyone has long lifespans. No, before that, since those guys created the 3 worlds, even if they die, they go to the Soul Society. Hell. It's hopeless. Now that I think about it, the only ones who fall here are the absolute worst criminals. Damn it, hopeless. Since I have nothing better to do, I might as well go ride the lava slides. Asterisk 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 157 years since I started living in hell. Finally, a tree fell down here. It wasn't just a tree. A whole forest fell. I was so distracted lately with a new leisure sport I invented called magma diving that I didn't notice, but I found it while taking a stroll on a lap around hell. But they're all just dead, withered trees. Still, it's not bad. In a land that had nothing but sulfur springs, lava, and deserts, seeing some greenery makes the place feel alive, even if they are just dead trees. Asterisk 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 200 years since I started living in hell. The hell trees, the ones found 43 years ago, have evolved. How should I put it? It's like they've become filled with toxicity, and I don't mean toxic like a person becoming spiteful or malicious. I mean they literally contain deadly poison. The foliage has turned lush in a way that's different from trees in the living world. Some trees have even turned purple because of the poison. Well, they're colorful and pretty, so I guess it's fine. Gratitude for the new interior design. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. 1,000 years since I started living in hell. Scritch, scratch. I stopped my hand as I was using a branch to write in the dirt about how I held a party to celebrate the 1,000-year mark. A presence. The first one I've felt in 1,000 years. It's not an illusion. I've spent so much time wandering hell that this place has become my backyard. For me to be mistaken? Ha! What a joke. It couldn't possibly be a mistake. My sensory perception covers the entirety of hell. Might as well go take a look at their face. I was curious just how much of a villain someone had to be to fall into hell. It's been 1,000 years. Not 100, but 1,000. A human, a sinner, has fallen for the first time in a literal millennium. As their senior, I should at least go and introduce myself. Heave-ho! I brushed the lava off my body and broke into a light jog. When I arrived at the source of the presence, I saw a pale-looking man clutching his hair in distress. Ah! What, it's a guy! I let out a deep sigh and sat on a nearby stone pillar, watching the confused newcomer. Since he wasn't a woman, there was no need for me to be particularly kind. The rookie seemed to be looking around, trying to figure out where he was. And no matter how much he looked, all he'd see were lava, mountains, sulfur, and hell trees. Ugh! This can't be happening. This is impossible. Wait, looking at him now, he's not surveying the area, he's in total denial. Well, since he died and fell into hell, that kind of reaction isn't strange. But I wonder what he did to end up here. Murder? Arson? I am curious. Why am I? Why am I here? What do you mean why? You're here because you committed a crime. Wah! The rookie spun toward me. With a confused expression, he scanned me from head to toe, then scowled deeply and pointed a finger at me. You bastard, let's see what he has to say. Why are you totally naked? You pervert. Seriously, why is it that every single person who pops up around me is completely out of their mind? The rookie's words sent me spiraling into a pit of serious contemplation. Of all things to ask, why is that the first thing you ask? I mean, you have so many other questions, don't you? Like, where is this place, or why am I here, or even who are you? What a clueless GUY.as. I shook my head with a sigh. The rookie grimaced and shouted. As if anyone couldn't ask. Get that hideous thing away from me or cover it up. I don't have clothes, what am I supposed to do? Most importantly, there are no materials here to make clothes out of. The wood from hell trees is scratchy and they snap easily, making them uncomfortable to wear. You can just make them with spiritual power. I don't have spiritual power, what am I supposed to do? What? You don't have spiritual power? Right. I have no spiritual power. It's not just so low people think I don't have any. I literally have zero, that's why I can't even do something as simple as making clothes with power. Back on the surface, I used the surrounding erasure to make a makeshift set of clothes, but there's no erasure in hell that I don't know the reason why. In that case, you are weaker than me who actually has spiritual power. Huh. I'll use you to vent my frustration. Die. Suddenly telling me to die. Just how does his brain work? They say the way criminals think is fundamentally different from normal people, and I guess it's true. But that's actually annoying. Who is this brat telling to die? I blinked as I watched the rookie rush toward me with a speed that made me want to yawn, then leisurely approached him and gave him a flick on the crown of his head. Asterisk crack, asterisk, ah. Watching the rookie become a literal Dullahan, his head forced straight down into his neck, I scratched my own head. I messed up the strength control. I haven't had to control my strength lately, so I made a mistake. Chapter 32. From now on, this is the medicine. I had just killed the newcomer who arrived after 1,000 years, but I wasn't worried. After all, this is hell. As far as I know, any creature that dies in hell is resurrected shortly after. The reason? Well, fitting for a place called hell, I suppose it's to ensure the sinners suffer for all eternity. Not that it really matters to me either way. First, let's see what he's dropped. Time for a little corpse looting. My memory is a bit hazy, but I recall that looting corpses is a fundamental law of the world, a tradition so ancient it's probably depicted in prehistoric murals. It would be wrong not to follow it. Unfortunately, I couldn't get much off the newbie's body. The only thing he had was the clothes on his back. I'm not exactly a fan of wearing a dead man's clothes. But I don't have much of a choice. I couldn't exactly stay naked forever like the newbie suggested. More importantly, I am a man of common sense who received a modern higher education. That I stripped the clothes off the newbie, put them on, adjusted the fit, and then crouched down in front of him. So, how long are you going to play dead? I can hear your breathing, you know. Hup. Kneel. When I spoke while tapping the ground with my index finger, the newbie gritted his teeth, pushed himself up, and silently dropped to his knees. I apologize for what happened earlier. Since you had no spiritual power, I thought you were just a commoner. Watching your tongue? Or do you want your head cracked open again? Or maybe this time I should just put your heart and your head at the same height. Oh? No answer? Please spare my life. You're already dead and ended up in hell, yet you're asking me to spare your life? Have you no conscience? Answer me. Please kill me. You're already dead. How am I supposed to kill you? What, you want your head cracked again? You want to keep dying until my mood improves? As I clenched my fist tight enough to make my knuckles crack, the newbie hung his head low, looking utterly defeated. I didn't even need to see his face to know what he was thinking. Hey, newbie. You're thinking that you've really stepped in it this time, that you've run into some total lunatic, right? The newbie flinched the moment I asked. I guess he isn't the type to hide his inner thoughts well, unlike that Sunishiro bastard or that Dharma fellow. Fine. I like your honesty, so I'll let you live. Thank you. Keep your thanks. I know you're cursing me out under your breath, so just drop it. The newbie's face contorted as I spoke. He seems like quite the arrogant brat. I suppose his pride took a hit from this encounter. Either that or having his skull, filled with nothing but vanity, smashed and finally made him snap back to reality. Well, whatever. I don't mind people whose emotions show on their faces. At least it means they aren't the type to harbor a hidden agenda. I waved my hand dismissively. And the newbie slowly raised his head. That being said, could you please return my clothes? Try and take them. Actually, it's a bit hot here, so I think staying in just my fundoshi is more than enough. Typical criminal. The weak perish, the strong survive. The moment he realized I was overwhelmingly superior, he turned subservient. He tried to sound noble earlier, but in reality he's just a pathetic loser who cows to the strong and preys on the weak. Is your lordship the ruler of this place? You brat. I don't know how much you had to walk on eggshells back up there, but you're quick on the uptake. Yeah. I'm the king here. In truth, hell doesn't have a king or anything, but after sitting here for 1,000 years, I figured I earned the right to call myself that. We aren't from the same clan, but purely in terms of lineage and generation, I'm technically one rank higher than the Soul King himself. The king. But if I'm going to act like a king, I'd probably have to act like the Soul King. Ugh, I hate that idea. I respect the Soul King for braving a fate worse than death, but I have no intention of following in his footsteps in the first place. I'm not the king type. I'm more of a wanderer. I scratched my head as the newbie stared at me with wide eyes, then waved my hand again. Actually, I'm not the king. I'm just the landlord. If you are the lord of this land, then you are a daimyo. Does that mean there are people in other territories? No. It's just me here. Well, and you now. That makes 2 of us. No. Just me and this guy? I'm screwed. I'm definitely on his bad side. What do I do? His rapidly shifting eyes were shouting those words loud and clear. It's good that his emotions show on his face, but this kid takes it to the extreme. Well, whatever. Hell is a place devoid of stimulation, so this isn't so bad. It's fun to watch him tremble. I can see everything you're thinking. Hup. Stop being so pathetic. I'm not going to kill you, so just follow me. Standing around here won't do much, so I decided to take him to my place to talk. I need to hear what those guys up there are doing and find out more about these commoners. Oh right. I almost forgot. Now that I look around, this is the forest of miasma. I should have warned him that the hell trees are everywhere and the surroundings are filled with deadly toxins. Even if you can't die in hell, no one likes convulsing from poison. Make sure you follow closely. This area is full of lethal tox. I turned around to give him the heads up, but I was too late. The newbie had clearly tried to run the moment my back was turned, and he was already facing the opposite direction. Kagluff, he was already convulsing, foaming at the mouth with an unsettling purple froth. What an idiot! I starred. I grabbed the twitching newbie by the ankle and started dragging him along. The reason was simple. I had no desire to carry or hold a grown man who was wearing nothing but a fundoshi. Fuck, if our junk touched even for a second, I'd probably mince him until not even a human shape remained. It's bad enough that a woman isn't throwing herself at me. I'm not letting some dude's package anywhere near me. I guess I'm pretty pent up too. Well, after 1,000 years of celibacy, I suppose it's only natural, tch. Usually by this point, shouldn't I have transcended physical desires or at least had them atrophy away? Why does mine just keep building up? I mean, it's better than being impotent, but at this rate, will I turn into a sex demon? Ugh. Arg. Ack. What, you awake? I've been awake for a while. Please stop for a second. The ground is so sharp it's grinding off the back of my head. The ground is hardened lava, so it is a bit rough. Then stop, you lunatic. Gah. He sure gives good reactions, heh. Ugh. I thought the back of my skull was going to get peeled off, you piece of shit. You're quite honest, and you've got a foul mouth to boot. Hup. Stop doing that hup thing every time I speak. It's getting old. I've seen it 3 times now. That's plenty. It looks like it'll be a hassle to get him all the way to my house in that state, so maybe I should just make some chairs and talk here. I picked up a couple of large volcanic rocks lying around and carved them into 2 chairs using my hand like a blade. The newbie watched the display with his jaw hanging open. They're chairs. We're going to be seeing a lot of each other anyway, so let's have a heart-to-heart. Ah, thank you. But what kind of talk? Nothing much. Just how'd you end up here? No one's fallen down here for over 1,000 years, so I was curious what kind of bullshit you pulled to land yourself in hell. As I rested my chin on my hand and asked, the newbie bit his lip and looked down, and I could tell he was about to start his story with the word unfair. I've been wronged. Sure you have. Everyone in hell is innocent. That's a line from the Shawshank Redemption 2. If you were really innocent and wronged, would you have fallen into hell? You would have gone to the Soul Society or turned into a hollow and gone to Hueco Mundo. Wait, is Hueco Mundo technically a branch of hell? Anyway, I chuckled and waved him off, and the newbie glared at me while grinding his teeth. He looked truly indignant. Of course, I don't believe him for a second. I'm not joking. I really have been wronged. And yet a wronged guy like you tries to kill someone just because they don't have spiritual power? Don't lie to me, brat, unless you want to die. Eek. That's. It's because the ones who killed me were commoners. A grudge then? I nodded and leaned back against the hard stone backrest. But based on what you said, those commoners don't have spiritual power, right? Then there's no reason someone like you who has spiritual power would lose to them. Hundreds of them swarmed me at once. My spiritual power ran out and they killed me. There's a reason they call it mob violence. But, you haven't mentioned why hundreds of people were trying to kill you, you damn sinner. ******. The newbie's story was long and rambling, but summarized it came down to this. So you played with your dick until you got dicked over. This guy, using his noble status, had abducted commoner women with weak spiritual power and forced himself on them under a self-proclaimed jus primi noctis. After discarding them, he accidentally, his words, strangled a few to death. Eventually, the enraged villagers caught him and executed him by beheading. He thought he was headed for the Soul Society, but then a high-ranking member of his own family appeared, grabbed him by the hair, and threw him straight into hell. So, first off, what's your clan? If it's a name I recognize, watch out. I'll personally smash through the gates of hell, climb up there, grab them by their hair, and drag them down here today. I sat with my arms crossed, glaring at him. The trembling newbie carefully opened his mouth. Sue, Tsuneyashiro? You son of a bitch, really? And no. That name can only be used by the direct bloodline. I am from a branch family. My name is Jukiyama. A branch? A branch, huh? How far off is the branch? I am a third-tier descendant. A third-tier descendant? What degree of kinship is that? It's been so long since I've heard those terms that I had to fold my fingers one by one to count. If a direct descendant is first tier, then third tier is like 8th degree kinship. An 8th cousin or something. I guess that's not close enough to justify an invasion. That aside, even a 1,000-year-old virgin like me doesn't go around raping and murdering, you absolute sex fiend. And you still claim you were wronged? A conscience? Well, I guess you wouldn't be in hell if you had one. But I am a noble. Nobles are allowed to treat commoners, Irk? You talk too much, sinner. Keep flapping that tongue and you'll bite it off when I hit your jaw. Grit your teeth. Let's start with a few light rounds of discipline. But ugh? Great. I haven't had anything to do for 1,000 years. Maybe I'll try my hand at rehabilitation. I didn't GHRK? I did nothing wrong. This is great. I get to practice controlling my strength, and a sinner gets rehabilitated. It's a win-win. Deny it all you want. Eventually, the hits will make you regret your sins automatically. Don't worry, from time immemorial there has been nothing better than this for making someone repent. Wait, since this is the past, I guess I'm starting the tradition now. From now on, this is your medicine. Wait a minute. Aha. Put your hands down or your arms will break. With those words, I raised my fist. Chapter 33, Belated Realization. Reforming a sinner is harder than it looks, especially when it's a lunatic with a shitty philosophy like, I'm a noble and you're a commoner, so it's fine, or I'm entitled to this. However, nothing is impossible with endless attention and the rod of love. Of course, that attention is just relentless nagging, and the rod of love has a physical force tag attached to it. But hey, if the reformation is successful, isn't that enough? It took me a staggering 10 years to get here. They say people don't change? Humph. I don't know about that. If you can't fix them, you just break them down and rebuild them from scratch. Listen well. The arrogance of one human standing above another is an attempt to turn humans into livestock. It's the act of viewing a person not as a person, but as a tool. But isn't it only natural for the superior to lead those who are not? Bullshit. The leading you're talking about is pulling a rope attached to a beast's nose ring. It's not taking someone's hand and guiding them. If we do not do so, there are those who simply will not listen. That doesn't mean it's okay for a human to do things to another human that should never be done. A fellow human, the newbie, no, the man named Jukiyama Kagaya, wore a look of realization as I cleverly twisted and recited a famous scene from a Gundam series I saw ages ago that I watched Kagaya, as he pondered with a serious expression. Then I smirked and stood up. Kagaya blinked and looked up at me the moment I rose. I shall accompany you. Forget it. My body's just stiff from sitting too long. I'm getting up to loosen my muscles for a bit. I see. Leaving the nodding Kagaya behind, I twisted my body and stretched. Refreshing pops and cracks echoed from my bones. By the way, it's been 1,000 years since then. Is that bastard still not dead? The sudden curiosity made me sit back down. Kagaya. Let me ask you something. Yes, ask me anything. Have you ever heard the name Tsuneyashiro Jamin? As I felt a strange sense of nostalgia bringing up a name I hadn't uttered in ages, Kagaya's eyes widened. His expression was as if he were asking how I could possibly know that name. How do you know the name of our founder? That bastard was my disciple. Well, anyway. So you know the name, which means you know what happened to him. Is the guy still alive? Pardon? Oh. He was perfectly healthy up until the moment I fell into hell, so he is likely still in good health. Sigh, of course that motherfucker would live over 1,000 years just to prove the saying that villains live long lives. Just how long is his life thread? Is it because I've been talking shit about him behind his back here in hell? They say you live longer if people badmouth you. I did insult that Tsuneyashiro prick a bit, but was it really enough to sustain him for a millennium? From what I know, the Captain Commander in the original story was perfectly fine even after living for over 1,000 years, so maybe it's not that strange. Then forget about him. Tell me about the others. By others, do you mean the founders of the 5 great noble houses? I scratched my eyebrow at Kagaya's words. The 5 greats. There's no way Ichibe Hyasub started a clan. Did they establish a new house? Knowing Tsuneyashiro's personality, there's no way he'd allow that. The tomboy would have rebelled too. As for Shiba and Kuchiki, well, no, let's just listen first. Thinking about it alone will only lead to misunderstandings. Huh? Oh yeah. Sure. I've heard enough about Tsuneyashiro, so tell me about the rest. Then first, are you aware of all of the 5 great nobles? Shihoin Rizatsu, Shiba Shiryu, Kuchiki Myron, and Tsuneyashiro Jamin. I know those 4, but I don't know the last one. I see. But you needn't worry about it. The founder of the final house vanished after separating the Soul Society, the world of the living, and Hueco Mundo. Right. If there's a 5th house, does that mean they were the 5 great noble houses in the original story too? By the way, someone capable of dividing the 3 worlds. Now I'm curious. Do you know how strong that guy was? Well, he is someone who disappeared more than 1,000 years ago, and his existence is only preserved through oral tradition. Even I do not know for certain. Sigh. Got my hopes up for nothing. What use is it if you don't know the most important part? I thought there might finally be someone worth fighting. What a shame that it's not that I love fighting, but perhaps because of the memories of clashing with the Soul King for 100 years, my body feels itchy every now and then. It's that feeling of wanting to trade blows if there's someone strong out there. I'm just looking for a stimulus. Hell never changes, so there's nothing that could be called a stimulus. Thinking about it, it's just like the world before the Soul King appeared. It's unpleasant. TSK, I smacked my lips and lay down on my side. Keep talking. I'm listening. There is lava coming from behind you. Are you all right? There is a saying that if you empty your mind, even fire feels cool. Remember that. Ah, yes. And I won't die from something like lava. At most, it's like covering myself with a warm blanket. Ah, yes. Anyway, forget about that and keep talking about what you were saying earlier. Focus on that last house part. As for the other 4 great noble houses, those guys will manage fine on their own. They were always doing well even without me. Man, why is my ear so itchy? Is someone badmouthing me? I picked at my ear and gave a long yawn, waving my hand to urge Kagaya on. Ahem. First, as I mentioned, please understand that everything regarding the founder of the final house is strictly based on oral traditions, so I do not know the fine details. Yeah. I didn't expect you to know everything anyway. What would a branch member and a bottom-tier one at that really know? The founder of the final house is said to be an individual of equal status to the founder of our direct Tsuneyashiro line. Somehow, hearing that he was on the same level as that sinister bastard made him seem a lot less impressive. I blinked, recalling the face of Tsuneyashiro as he trembled while denying reality. Maybe it's because I know exactly what that gloomy prick is thinking. Indeed, anyone compared to a guy like him is a truly pitiable soul. Well, I suppose he must be a big deal now, seeing as he's part of the 5 great noble houses. Furthermore, it is said that he took the lead in dividing the 3 worlds, and then voluntarily stepped down and vanished to prevent infighting between the houses. He didn't even make any demands? Well, at least from what I know, I've never heard of him demanding anything. It implies he was a very frugal person. In other words, he's a total pushover idiot who did all that hard work and couldn't even ask for one thing. Logically, if you divided the three worlds and all that, shouldn't you normally get something in return? With my limited knowledge, I can only guess his intent, but perhaps he was satisfied simply by having achieved such a monumental feat. So you're saying he's someone who only cared about appearances and had zero substance? How is that any different from passion pay? You did something great. You're the best. I'll give you the title of the greatest foreman of the three worlds. Nothing else changes though. What kind of dumbass is that? Should I stop? No? Why? Listening while talking shit is the best part. Keep going. I see. Well, continuing on. The story usually ends with the lesson that we should emulate his frugality, integrity, diligence, and sincerity. So it ends as a moral lesson after all. But isn't there a name or something? Or maybe some unofficial histories? Ah, I forgot to mention the most important part. His name is Shimon Mayo. He is the founder of the Shimon clan. Mayo, the Bright Wisdom King. That's a damn grand name. If he's a real Wisdom King, he should be spending time here in hell with me. Where the hell is he wandering around with a title like Mayo without ever coming down to hell? That prick. And it's not exactly an unofficial history, but I once overheard the elders of the family talking. They said the reason he vanished was that he entered hell of his own accord to watch the gates and ensure they never opened. Wait a minute. This sounds familiar. As I sensed something strange and fell silent, Kagaya also shut his mouth and looked at me with trembling eyes. Hey, you bastard. Is that story about me by any chance? See, could you possibly be Lord Mayo? How should I know, you idiot? That little piece of shit. Building up a whole new persona for me just because I wasn't there. It's so obvious what he was thinking that it makes me feel even worse. He's trying to drag me down to his level by giving me a name and calling us equals. It's crystal clear, especially considering he spread the word that we were on the same status. I scowled and stood up, shaking off the lava, when a memory from the distant past flashed through my mind. You are the fifth. Ha, so that's what those words meant back then. Damn it. That Soul King son of a bitch. Gah? Please don't thrash around like that. The lava is splashing on me. 126 battles. 0 wins, 9,125 draws, 1 loss, shit.no wait. The one who survives until the end is the winner. 126 battles. 0 wins, 9,126 draws, 0 losses. That's how it is. I absolutely did not lose. Letting out a deep sigh, I grabbed Kagaya, who had partially melted in the magma, and dragged him out of the flow. Chapter 34. The Way Hell Turns. 1. I walked slowly through hell, dragging the pathetic leg of Kagaya, who had managed to die by falling into the lava. There was so much to think about that my head was beginning to throb. Actually, there isn't really that much to think about. My head is just throbbing because I'm so goddamn pissed. You know that feeling? When you're so angry that instead of becoming calm, you just get hit with a permanent debuff called a migraine. Me, the progenitor of the 5th great noble house. You might ask, aren't the 5 great noble houses a good thing? Great noble houses, my ass. Isn't it just a fan club for the Soul King's murderers? And why the hell is my name on that list? It's not even a name I chose. Who gave them the right to name me whatever they wanted when I didn't even ask for one? This is a goddamn frame-up that it's like being put on a most wanted poster just because a bunch of real criminals pointed at me and said, that guy did it too, when I haven't done shit. Ha. The more I think about it, the more pissed off I get. Should I just leave hell right now and go wreck everything? Should I just wipe them out? With the amount of rage I'm feeling, I could slaughter them so thoroughly they wouldn't even be able to open their mouths to beg for mercy. Sigh. Forget it. What's the point in getting worked up? Man proposes, heaven disposes. I've done all I could. Heaven can handle the rest. By the way, why the hell isn't this brat waking up? I nudged him with my foot to see if he was just sleeping, and sure enough, he was out cold, sleeping in a situation like this. I can't tell if he's incredibly brave or just incredibly stupid. Another 30 years passed after that. Lately, my disciple has started trying to catch some shut-eye on the ground at every given opportunity. He would even lie down right next to a lake of flowing lava to sleep. He's a guy who could die at any second. What kind of balls does he have to pull crap like that? Hey! Get up, you brat. With a heavy sigh, I nudged Kagaya, who was lying on the ground, with my foot. I knew he'd been awake for a while, so why wasn't he saying anything? Get up, kid. But Kagaya showed no sign of moving. Oh ho, so now we're acting, are we? I chuckled and raised my fist. Kagaya's eyelids twitched ever so slightly. Confirming his deception, I let out a smirk and threw a punch straight toward his head. Gwaff! Boom! Impressive dodge. Are you trying to kill me? TCH. If you hadn't dodged, you'd be dead. Stop that creepy, shitty acting of yours. For a split second, I really thought he was dead, even though in hell, death isn't exactly the end. Sigh. Don't ever do that again. I sighed deeply and shook my head. It's my first time actually acting like a proper master. How hollow do you think I'd feel if my disciple died some meaningless death? Lord Nether King, arg. I told you not to call me by that name. Just call me Master, you brat. Nether King? What kind of name is that? I don't know who else was involved, but whoever among the four up there suggested the name Nether King, I am definitely dragging them down to hell one day. Wait, was it that Dharma bastard who named me? Now that I think about it, he's the only one who'd have the balls to name me. I'll have to take a trip up to the royal palace eventually. The royal palace? Perchance, do you mean the Soul King that I know? Huh? Well, unless there's two of them, then yeah, it's the one you know. As expected of the Nether King. This bastard keeps pushing my buttons. Since he kept pestering me even after I told him to stop, I gave Kagaya's solar plexus a solid thud, sending a jolt through his insides. Gah? You're really grating on my nerves. To have one's nerves pierced by such a person? Kagaya couldn't finish his sentence and collapsed onto the ground. Asterisk clang, asterisk. What was that sound? Did a piece of scrap metal fall from the surface without me noticing? I flipped my unconscious disciple over as he was face down on the ground and noticed a chain embedded in his chest. Is this the chain of fate? Or not? It looked a bit different from what I remembered. Since this chain manifested in hell, is it different from a normal chain of fate? I recall the Tagabito from that movie having chains as well. This must be it. Looking closer, the color is much darker too. I scratched my head, pondering as I looked at the chain that if I could compare it directly to something, I'd know for sure, but since I can't, I have to rely on my memory. But even my memory isn't exactly reliable. It'd be weirder to remember every single detail after more than 1,000 years. Sigh. Whatever. It appeared in the original work, so I guess it's nothing out of the ordinary. Asterisk 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 108 years had passed since Kagaya fell into hell. Hell was still as desolate as ever, but contrary to its name, it had become a rather comfortable place to live. First, I made things like chairs and a desk, and since I had nothing to do, I even crafted sets for shogi and chess. I even carved out a small house. Master. This is not a house, it is a cave. I carved it by hand, so it's not a cave. Ordinarily, when using one's hands, one says they broke, smashed, or dug it. They do not say they carved it. You brat, are you trying to win an argument against your master more and more every day? If you meet the Buddha, kill the Buddha. If you meet the patriarch, kill the patriarch. If you meet an arhat, kill the arhat. If you meet your parents, kill your parents. Enlightenment resides within oneself. If it is one's master who obscures the vision of ultimate truth, then perhaps it must lead to if you meet the master, kill the master as well. How the hell did this bastard end up like this? When he first entered hell, he was a man who had committed the heinous crime of adultery and murder, but now he looks like someone on the verge of nirvana. Actually, maybe he already attained nirvana. He seems more like a monk than that bald bastard Dharma up there. Why don't you just shave your head while you're at it? A change in outward appearance does not alter one's enlightenment. Always has an answer for everything. I smirked and trudged back into the house. Kagaya Jukiyama followed me inside and sat down across from me. Master. Your master is dead. He's not here. Are you sulking again? Ugh, I don't want to hear that from a man. I was just joking, so let it go. So what is it? Kagaya looked at me in silence for a moment, then gave a faint smile as he looked around the house. It was as if he was looking back at his memories, tracing the path of the past he had walked. I have lived a life of much shame. I took for granted things a human should never do, and I tried to fill my hollow self-esteem and pride by putting myself on a pedestal. Because you were from a branch family? Yes. And I was the youngest, the very edge of the furthest branch. Thus, I went out of my way to find those I deemed lesser than me to hide my own inadequacies. A disqualified human indeed, that is why I fell into hell, is it not? At first, I felt wronged for falling into hell. When I first met you, Master, I was terrified, and when I first experienced death, it was agonizing. But once I realized that all of it was a lesson, death itself ceased to be frightening, just as you said. I don't think I ever told you not to fear death. Did you not say that even fire feels cool if the mind is extinguished? If one casts aside fear and observes with clarity, one sees that life is merely a part of death. What is there to fear? He's interpreting it that way. At this rate, I'm the one who should be the disciple. So, what are you dragging this out for? Just get to the point. I am dying soon. Right, sure, wait, what? He said it so calmly as if it were nothing, that for a second I almost just moved on. Dying? In hell? That makes no sense. Do you remember when I first entered hell? How obsessed I was with spiritual power. The second I said I didn't have any spiritual power, you tried to kill me. Yes. Those were the days when I was no better than a beast. However, as time passed and I died over and over, I felt the spiritual power within me vanishing. To be precise, I felt the spiritual power that constitutes my being shattering into tiny pieces and scattering. And I filled that void with the desire to live, the obsession to not die. In a sense, I filled myself with what could be called grudge. Thinking that even if this is hell, I wanted to live bound to this land. Clang, these chains came to bind me. The chains Kagaya showed me with a faint smile were slowly being ground away. At first, I was pleased because I felt the world was holding on to me. But as the days passed and as I learned your teachings and gained my own enlightenment, I realized these chains are merely shackles. I realized that the grudge I used to fill the center of my chest in place of spiritual power was no different from the way I used to prop up my self-esteem in the past. With a bitter smile, Kagaya lightly grasped the chain, but with just that light motion the chain crumbled into powder. Therefore, I have decided to discard my grudge. To let myself go. Before long, my flesh will remain in this place, but my spirit will vanish. These chains are the proof. Master. No, Nether King. Do not forgive this disciple for leaving before his master. Do not forgive this foolish disciple who, in his selfishness, has left an indelible wound upon his teacher. Kagaya rose from his seat, stood straight before me, and then knelt, bowing so deeply his forehead touched the ground. I pray for your eternal health and peace. May your noble presence remain golden and serene. My teacher. My father, Clang, the chains that bound Kagaya vanished entirely, yet he did not lift his head that I could not call out his name, for I feared my voice would become a new chain that bound him. Don't go asking for forgiveness when you haven't done anything wrong. Idiot until the very end. Chapter 35, The Mechanics of Hell 2. After Kagaya died, I buried his body and returned home, replaying the things he had said over and over in my mind. Spiritual power that vanishes as one repeats the cycle of death, replaced by a filling void of grudges. The chains that appeared along with those grudges. Did the original story say the chains represent lingering attachments? That if attachments remain, you're bound to that place. Looking at them one by one makes you tilt your head, but putting them all together brought something to mind. Recycling. Kagaya said his spiritual power shattered and scattered every time he died. Over the course of 108 years, Kagaya had truly died countless times. I was the one who killed him a few times at first, but after I made the barely human Kagaya somewhat decent, I didn't kill him with my own hands again. When I look at the statistics of what caused Kagaya's deaths over those 108 years, my share was only about 30%. Barely over 20%, to be precise, that I can't calculate down to the decimal points of units like pun or re, but since I remember how Kagaya died, this should be roughly correct. Most of Kagaya's deaths were due to the environment of hell. Things like the ground giving way while walking so he fell into magma, or getting hit in the head by a volcanic bomb from an eruption and dying. Anyway, if Kagaya's words were true, it means the spiritual power of a sinner who falls to hell is decomposed and flows somewhere every time they die, like how processed plastic is shredded into tiny bits because it can't be reused as is. But why does hell have such a function? For what purpose exactly? Wait a second. Just 1 second. What was that again? Damn it, I feel like I'm about to remember. No, it's... No, fuck, what was it, that thing? God fucking damn it. Seriously, move your ass, you shitty hippocampus. Just remember it already. It's only been 1,000 years. They say the brain's capacity is 2.5 million gigabytes. I grit my teeth and scratched my head aggressively before letting out a long sigh and lying down on the ground. I sighed repeatedly out of a frustrating internal heat, but nothing came to mind. Phew. Whatever, what's the point of getting angry? Getting anxious because I can't remember will only make me tired. Should I go check on the rookies? Feeling the spiritual presence of exactly 321 people swarming together in the distance, I stood up from my spot. These were the first new arrivals in 108 years. That rotten bastard, he should have at least seen his successor's face before leaving. Feeling petty, I looked at the patch of ground where I'd buried Kagaya and let out another deep sigh. Recalling that it was a pointless act, I began to walk, the first rookies in 108 years. That means for 108 years, not a single person had lived a life of sin. Not 10 or 20 years, but over 100. Actually, it wasn't particularly surprising. Just as a child stops crying when told a tiger will come take them away. If they're told they'll fall to hell literally if they commit a crime, who would dare to sin? The moment I died and became a soul, the head of the Tsunishiro clan dropped me into hell on the spot. They even personally witnessed a sinner being dropped into hell. Of course, no one is immune to the passage of time. The sense of caution created by seeing a sinner fall to hell surely weakened as the years went by. Did anyone else go to hell after that? Does hell even actually exist? What's the criteria for a sinner? There must be a standard for falling into hell. This much should be fine, right? The rains must have loosened bit by bit like that. That's likely why they all came pouring in at once. It's not like you're dumping volume rate garbage. Why the hell are you L swarming in at once? With my hands clasped behind my back, I arrived in front of the gathered sinners in a single bound. I slowly scanned the crowd who were buzzing as they looked at me. They were quite diverse, ranging from those with fierce faces that screamed, "I'm dangerous," to those who looked so gentle at a glance that you'd wonder, why is that person here? Who the hell are you? The first to step forward was a hoodlum who looked like a typical enforcer. How unexpected. I thought the most ferocious-looking fellow would step out first. Are the big bosses staying still because they're just figureheads? I suppose it would be a bit of a letdown if the guy meant to look heavy-duty opened his mouth too lightly. Regardless. Yeah, I was wondering when that question would come out. What are you muttering to yourself for? Get down here and speak properly. I nodded with my arms crossed. Still, he has less impact than Kagaya's first impression. Why are you butt naked, you pervert? He definitely said something like that. I smirked at the memory that remained vivid despite 108 years having passed, and swept my gaze over the crowd. Welcome, you criminal leftovers. Welcome to hell. As I offered a casual greeting, the crowd began to stir. From those panicking and asking if this was really hell, to those denying reality, those raging that this couldn't be happening, and those wailing about injustice. They say if there are 100 people, there are 100 thoughts, and truly all sorts of reactions popped out. By the way, that guy over there is exceptionally quiet. His presence was much thicker than the others. More than anything, he maintained a composed expression even after realizing he had fallen into hell. That I don't know about anything else, but I should keep an eye on that one. While I was thinking that, an old man who looked like a sleazy rat, he really looked like one, pointed a finger at me and shouted, "Hell? Don't make me laugh. You must be using forbidden arts to show us an illusion? There's no way a man as pure and upright as me would fall to hell." A one-sided display of anger devoid of logic. If I were a normal person, I would have brushed it off as some lunatic, but everyone gathered here was a criminal bastard. The stirring crowd immediately joined in the old man's shouting and began pointing fingers at me alongside him. Of course, none of them were truly innocent. They had simply chosen me as a scapegoat to project their own sense of injustice and rage upon. Right, they had designated me as their emotional garbage bin. It was a type of witch hunt. If this were anywhere in the three worlds instead of hell, one of them would have died a miserable death by now. Even now, since I wasn't reacting, a few of the more proactive guys were coming toward me to seize me. In their heads, they probably thought I was frozen in fear. I was planning to see how far these bastards would go, but I guess there's no need. Just one person. I judged that everyone except that one man who had been watching silently from the start was definitely a criminal. Or maybe that guy is some kind of mastermind figure. Should I deal with these guys first? I reached out my hand toward the fierce-looking man who had come right up to my nose. "Now, my fierce friend. Shall we have a handshake?" As expected of the Bleach world, the man standing before me was an enormous brute, seemingly well over 3 meters tall. Was his name Jidambo or Omjiden? Is he an ancestor of that guy? Gwahahaha. You had plenty of nerve insulting this great one as leftovers, but now that you're facing me head-on, have you finally gotten scared? Don't worry. I happen to be a meticulous man. As the price for insulting me, I'll skin you from head to toe, pickle you in salt water for about a week, and then kill you. I can't tell if you're just stupid or what. Well, it doesn't matter. I don't see what being meticulous has to do with torturing someone to death. Your head is held too high. As I said that, I threw a light jab into the man's abdomen. Bang! With a thunderous sound, the man's upper body literally exploded. The torso that connected his head, both arms, and lower body burst like a balloon, causing his head and arms to scatter across the floor with a thud. He was all bulk and no bite. What the? In a situation where everyone was frozen, unable to grasp what had just happened, the only one to react was the man I'd had my eye on. When our eyes met, the man flinched and tried to hide behind another sinner. Hiding like that is meaningless, though. Well, whatever. I have plenty of time to spare anyway. Let me introduce myself again, you criminal leftovers. I'm the landlord of this place and the master who's going to reform you from now on. Look forward to it. Aha. Run. The shifty-looking man shouted that and tried to flee. As soon as one person started running, a mood to escape naturally began to spread. Fat chance. Where do you think you're going? I picked up a stone from the ground and smashed the skull of the one inciting the escape. With the instigator gone, those who were wavering naturally froze like stones. From now on, anyone who tries to run or makes a sound louder than my voice dies. Anyone who tries to open their mouth without my permission dies. Anyone having other thoughts internally also dies. Nod if you understand. Perhaps because there were no truly rebellious spirits left, everyone nodded their heads. They truly were criminals. They bowed thoroughly to the logic of powered AS. I was thinking that. The man I had been watching since earlier slowly raised his hand. May I speak? Sure. By the way, what's your name? I am Shiba Hozuki. Shiba clan? What, are you from the direct line? Yes. That is correct. There's no way that bastard Shiryu's clan would produce a sinner, though. The guy who bowed his head first in apology when the Soul King was being sealed wouldn't have raised his children so poorly. As I blinked at the truly unexpected name, Hozuki nodded. As you say, sir, I did not commit any sins in my previous life. Could you explain what is going on? Gaining a clue from Hozuki's words, my hippocampus finally spat out information forgotten from the distant past. I had forgotten because everyone calls it hell and treats it as a pot for confining sinners. Even those who aren't sinners can be bound to hell. In the Bleach movie Hellverse, Yuzu was struck by the miasma of hell and died, causing chains to form. And from the No Breaths from Hell chapter, even Sailaporo and captain-level Soul Reapers, who were thought dead, ended up bound to hell. Why am I only remembering this now? For now, you step over to my side. I should probably have a talk with him. Chapter 36, The Way Hell Works 3. When I excused one guy from the group, the others started raising their hands as well, appealing their innocence with voices full of grievance. However, it was truly unfortunate that among the lot down there, not a single one was actually innocent. At least they aren't going wild, probably because they know the gap in power that I was planning on just wiping them all out at once. If even one more of them acted up, did I watch them chatter away loud enough to make my ears ring. Then I picked my ear with my pinky. Only then did they realize I had no intention of listening, and one by one they began to shut their mouths. Now it took you all a full 13 minutes to shut up. 13 minutes? What does he mean, 13 minutes? Judging by the way he talks, it sounds like some sort of time. Right. These guys don't have clocks yet, so they wouldn't know what I'm talking about. I forgot. Well, there's no need to explain it to them. Even if I did, they wouldn't understand the concept of a 24-hour day. Whatever, forget the time. Since you've all been barking so loudly since earlier, I'll let you speak one at a time. The person I point to can tell me why they're so wrongly accused. You understand that much, right? I've really gone soft, haven't I? Normally, I would have just smashed their heads in regardless of their grievances. While I was thinking that, one guy shot his hand up into the air. He was a man who looked like he'd seen his share of blood, with a large scar cutting diagonally across his face. All right, you. What's your grievance? I am innocent. I'm asking why you think you're wrongly accused. While I was receiving guests at a tea house, a manslayer approached and drew his blade. I declared my name for the sake of a samurai's honor, but the bastard swung his sword without a word. I only cut him down to survive. The man gritted his teeth and bowed his head, wearing an expression of pure, unadulterated injustice. Right. What's your name? Toyama. I have no surname. A samurai with no surname, huh? You probably didn't fall to hell just because of that. Did you happen to perform any tamashijiri? Tamashijiri, test cutting, you draw a new blade, so you have to cut something to see how well it performs. Sure, the idea of testing a new sword isn't bad in itself if you're cutting bamboo straw or straw dolls, that is. What? How did you? You slaughtered random people just because you got a new sword, and now you're wrongly accused? Is that really the end of your sob story? Then die for now. Wah, splat. The man's head exploded with the sound of a large watermelon being smashed to pieces. Next. I returned to my spot before the blood could splash on me and surveyed the crowd. But everyone was just looking at each other and no one dared to step forward. Nobody? I'll count to 10, so raise your hand if you think you're innocent. I gave them a chance, but no one raised their hand and it was only natural. Out of all the people gathered here, none of them were truly innocent, except for that Shiba descendant behind me. So, excluding the one guy I'd set aside, I smashed the skulls of all the other sinners. I didn't break them for no reason. I did it so they could start paying for their sins. A few resisted, but most died before they could even perceive it. Those who gritted their teeth and fought back were divided into 3 parts. Head, chest, and stomach. Without exception, it took exactly 10 seconds to shatter the skulls of all 320 people, excluding Shiba Hozuki. Now then, shall we pick up where we left off? I spoke while dusting off my hands, but Hozuki didn't offer a single word in response. What's with this guy? Why is he in a daze? I waved my hand in front of his face, and only then did he snap back to his senses. He flinched and looked at me. His eyes were trembling, he was swallowing hard, and his heart was beating irregularly. Don't worry. If you're truly sinless, you won't end up like them. Ah! Or what, is this your first time seeing corpses? It is not my first time seeing them. However, it is my first time seeing such a gruesome sight. You sure have some guts to say that in front of the guy who caused it. Because it is their karma. It is simply unfortunate. As Hozuki spoke, an emotion called pity flickered across his face. Pity? While looking at humans who fell to hell for killing, raping women, committing fraud, or exploiting and tormenting their subordinates, for a moment I thought I'd misread him, but this crazy bastard genuinely felt sorry for the sinners. If that was an act, it was incredible, but the fact that it was sincere was even more remarkable. What is he, Jesus? Even the monkey spanner of Nazareth, Jesus, would have beaten these guys, especially the ones who messed with money, into thin slices of meat with a whip. That made it even harder to understand. This was something beyond just being kind or good. Just what kind of guy are you to end up in hell? I do not understand it myself. I watched Hozuki shake his head for a moment, then let out a deep sigh. Follow me for now. It seems we have a lot to talk about. Is it all right to leave them like this? No matter how great their sins, preparing the bodies, it doesn't matter if you leave them. Anyway, with their level, they'll come back to life in about 10 minutes. 10 minutes? This guy doesn't know about time either. How did I shook my head and explained again? It means they'll come back to life after about 1 ikaku, 15 minutes. Maybe even faster. Or what, you want me to bury them in the ground? It would be a literal live burial, but they deserve it. None of those who go around killing people are in their right mind. I will follow you. Good. It's a boring walk, so tell me your story on the way. Hozuki fell silent for a moment, thinking deeply, and then began to speak as he followed a few paces behind me. I do not know where to start, so I will introduce myself first. I was the direct descendant of the Shiba family, one of the 5 great noble houses. I was a person who would have naturally sat in the position of clan head given time. 5 great noble houses. Direct descendant at IT was a position that would receive absolute support, at least within his family. Considering he said he would have naturally become the head given time, he probably wasn't killed fighting for succession. Then there was only one thing left. You must have died from a disease. When I cut to the point, Hozuki's eyes went wide, and he gave a bitter smile. You seem to know everything. Not everything, only what I know. So, what was the disease? Your heart. Yes. I had a bad heart since birth. I used every medicine, ritual, and spell that was said to be good for the heart, but it only worsened day by day, never showing signs of recovery. I figured as much. Then was his heart beating weirdly earlier, not because of nerves, but because that's just how it was. I see. For someone with that condition, you seem to have a lot of spiritual wer. Haha. Perhaps the heavens granted me a consolation, for as poor as my heart was, my spiritual power was immense. It is thanks to that power that I am able to move like this. So without spiritual power, you wouldn't even be able to budge. The physicians all said the same thing with one voice. That with a body like mine, I should have been dead long ago if not for my spiritual power. He looks bitter. Well, I suppose anyone would feel that way. What was it like before you could control your spiritual power? I lay in my sickbed every day, drenched in cold sweat. I was in a state where it wouldn't have been strange if I died at any moment. But there's no point in pitying him now that he's already dead. I smacked my lips at the bitter thought and asked, "Is that why you were so calm even when you heard you'd fallen to hell?" Yes. The time when I trembled in fear of death has long since passed. Hozuki, who had been speaking calmly, suddenly stopped in his tracks. What is it? I think I know why I fell to hell. Curious about what he was going to say, I folded my arms. Hozuki bit his lip and bowed his head. His atmosphere was completely different from those dead guys over there. It wasn't about claiming innocence, but about accepting one's sins and atoning. I am finally repenting for my mistakes. It was the same kind of vibe Kagaya had after about 50 years. Confucian principles dictate affinities between father and son. For a child to violate the 5 relationships and die before his father and mother, how could that be anything but a lack of filial piety? Is it not only right for a child who committed such an act to fall to hell? Wow! I felt my head spin. I wiped my face and let out a long sigh. Seriously, what am I supposed to do with this hopelessly good-natured bastard? After sighing repeatedly while wiping my face, I grabbed Hozuki by both shoulders. Don't worry. You have no sins. But, think about it. Out of all those people swarming up there, how many do you think died before their parents? Whether by disease, hunger, or some other reason. Those who died like that would form a mountain. Unless you committed suicide just to drive a stake through your parents' hearts, it's not your fault. He's already suffered from being sick, and he fell to hell just because he died before his parents due to that illness. If that were true, I'd break out of hell right now and tear the 3 worlds apart. It is not your fault. Sob. Thank you, thank you. Truly thank you. Hozuki must have been genuinely relieved. He wept thick, heavy tears as he thanked me over and over. I think it's almost time for me to go back up from hell. Chapter 37, The Way the 3 Worlds Turn 1. The Shiba estate was currently swarming with mourners. It was only natural. It was the anniversary of the death of the family's youngest, the future head-to-be, and the direct descendant, Shiba Hozuki. Shiba Hozuki was what one would call a genius. While other children were running around playing, he was devouring the essays of Ichibe Hyasube, books that even adults struggled to read. While other children brandished branches in playfights, he was learning how to circulate spiritual power. His talent for manipulating spiritual power was so exceptional that by the age of 10, he had mastered the art of moving his body through spiritual energy alone. It was no exaggeration to call it a gift from the heavens. As if blessing this talent, the heavens had also bestowed upon him a staggering amount of spiritual power. How could this be anything but a supreme blessing for the family? Whenever news of the child's rapid progress reached them, the family elders rejoiced. When they heard that he could hold a flawless, insightful conversation with elders 2 generations his senior, they were often struck with wordless awe. But the heavens are indifferent. Though they granted him the blessing of talent, they stripped away every ounce of the child's health in exchange. The child could not play with branches like other children. Even the slightest physical exertion would tear his muscles and fracture his bones. The child could not run like other children. His heart was so weak that simply walking left him breathless, gasping in agonizing pain. The child could not eat to his heart's content like other children. His digestive system was so frail that if he ate even a little too much, or consumed something that didn't suit his body, he would immediately vomit it back up. The child, suffering from even one of these conditions would be a nightmare, yet born with every conceivable malady. The boy was essentially a living corpse. The reason he could converse so deeply with the family elders was that they both understood they didn't have much time left to live. before the equality of death, anyone can open their heart, and so the child was equal to everyone, even to himself. He wasn't supposed to die like this. Not like this. This wasn't how he was supposed to die. Dear Hozuki's father and the next head of the family, Shiba Kaikaku, shed tears before the child, whose body had grown as cold as ice. His heart felt as though it were being torn apart, piece by piece, his very vitals wrenched by sorrow. The pain was so intense he felt as if he would cough up blood the moment he opened his mouth. Oh heavens! Why? Why didn't you take me instead? Why did it have to be this child? Sob, ugh. Kaikaku pounded his chest with his fists. He struck himself so hard it made a dull, thudding sound. He felt as if he had to do this, or his heart, stunned by the loss of his child, would simply stop beating. Kneeling before his child's corpse, Kaikaku's weeping was like the wailing of a wounded beast, but no one pointed it out. In fact, no one even thought to judge him. Noble honor? Decorum? What did such things matter? His only child was dead. What use was dignity in the face of that? If the others weren't burdened by their heavy responsibilities to the family, they would have collapsed and wailed right alongside him. But they did not. They were the pillars and the roof of the house. What use is a roof that leaks? The elders did not show tears, not because they weren't sad, but because they were the pillars supporting the family. This was also true for the current head of the Shiba family, Shiba Kankuro. He sat in a corner, quietly composed, mastering his emotions. My lord. What is it? He had ordered that no one disturb him. Why had they come? Though the question crossed his mind, Kankuro decided to listen, that if someone was brave enough to defy his orders, it surely wasn't for something trivial. Sure enough, the words from the servant, whose face was concealed by a black cloth, were beyond anything he had imagined. The forerunner has arrived. The forerunner is here. Kankuro doubted his own ears for a moment. Who-wah? The forerunner? He was the very bedrock of the family, having sustained the clan for over 1,000 years. The one who has remained in total seclusion on Mount Sarasa. Why would he come now? His thoughts were brief, his actions were swift. Kankuro immediately stood up. Where is the forerunner? He is waiting in the inner courtyard. I see. You go ahead and attend to him. He has difficulty moving. Yes, my lord. The servant in the black mask bowed deeply and vanished without even the sound of rustling cloth. Kankuro lightly adjusted his attire and headed toward the inner courtyard where the ancestor waited. You've come. Yes, great forerunner. As Kankuro bowed to pay his respects, the family's ancestor, Shiba Shiryu, reached out a hand to stop him. There is no need to bow so low. You have spent all day looking at the ground in sorrow. For now, do not lower your head. Yes. Kankuro answered and glanced around. The black-masked servant he had sent to assist was nowhere to be seen. Knowing that the servant was a man of immense loyalty, Kankuro couldn't hide his confusion. If you are looking for the servant, I sent him back. I am not so infirm that I require constant care, and I cannot have a busy youth wasting his time on an old man. Forerunner, please do not say such things. To call yourself an old man, please do not humble yourself so. I have lived for 1,000 years without dying. What am I if not a walking corpse? The heavens truly are indifferent. To take that child and leave a corpse like me behind? Shiryu blinked slowly as he looked up at the passing clouds. Kankuro waited in silence, watching him. So the child has departed first. Kankuro couldn't bring himself to answer. He bit his lip and lowered his gaze. Seeing him like this, Shiryu opened and closed his mouth repeatedly before letting out a quiet sigh. The sigh was swallowed by the passing wind, but the wind could not carry away the sorrow embedded within it. He looked down at his wrinkled hands. How could he tell them, how could he ever say it, that because of their original sin that innocent child has fallen into hell, that a pitiful child, who did nothing but suffer in a weak body his entire life, has been cast into the depths of Gehenna? I cannot say it, because he could not speak it. Agony and anguish filled his chest. Shiryu's lips trembled as he quietly turned away, hiding his expression. Kankuro. Yes, forerunner. Since I am here, feel free to grieve to your heart's content. I intend to stay for the full month of the funeral, so you may take your time to settle your heart. I am overwhelmed by your immense kindness. His voice was suppressed, sounding calm, but the grief within it was immeasurable. Holding on any longer would only torment the child further. Thinking this, Shiryu dismissed Kankuro and looked up at the sky once more. What am I supposed to do? If they didn't kill him, they would die. It was for the sake of the world. It was for the greater good. It was necessary. Their actions were adorned with all sorts of flowery justifications, but the moment you peeled back a single layer, nothing remained but hideous selfishness. He had known and accepted this, yet the debt and guilt borne then refused to vanish even after 1,000 years. O Soul King! O Master! The Soul King who sacrificed himself for the sake of the world, the Master who vanished with a smile, knowing everything that would happen. What did they do to those beings? They turned the Soul King into a linchpin to support the three worlds, leaving him in a state neither living nor dead. They took the Master's incomprehensible power and knowledge, gave it a name and a lineage, and spread a narrative to drag him down to their own level. It's a sin, all of it is my sin. If he had been the one dragged to hell, he would have bowed 9 times and begged for his punishment. But he wasn't. No matter how much he waited and hoped for death, it never came. He merely lived a life of deferred demise. Because of that, he had witnessed countless deaths. The deaths of friends, the deaths of his own children, the deaths of commoners. If I confess my sins now and pay the price, would things get even slightly better? He sighed in his heavy heart, but no answer came. Eventually, Shiryu could only lower his head again. I should visit the Shohoin clan. If it followed the way of the ring invented by that woman, perhaps that child didn't fall into hell, but entered the path of reincarnation. Just as he was about to leave the courtyard with that thought, crash. Ah! Hearing a commotion in the distance, Shiryu furrowed his brows. Who would cause such an uproar on a day like this? Whoever it was, as the forerunner, he could not simply overlook it. Shiryu turned his steps toward the source of the noise. Chapter 38. How the Three Worlds Turn to. Leaving hell is not a difficult task. Actually, let me rephrase that. Leaving hell is not difficult for me. However, it required a bit of preparation. Are you truly planning to leave them like that? I nodded at Hozuki's question as I tossed the 320th sinner into the crater. The sinner, still unconscious, melted into the magma and lost their form instantly. It's better than letting them cause trouble while I'm gone for a bit. Or what? You want to jump in there and fish them out yourself? Hozuki looked at me, seemingly lost in thought, then peered down into the crater and leaped without a second's hesitation. No, hey. You crazy bastard. I snatched him out of the air immediately, preventing the disaster, but I felt like my own heart had dropped into the depths instead. At this point, it's just terrifying. What the hell is wrong with? It was just a figure of speech. Did you really think I wanted you to jump in? I believed my spiritual power was sufficient to handle it. Ugh. Damn it, you absolute lunatic. You just can't reason with him. F***ck, why did a guy like this have to crawl into hell? I pounded my chest in frustration before scratching my head vigorously. You don't need to save them. When those fallen to hell revive, they only do so when the circumstances are right for revival. What does that mean? It means as long as they're inside that crater, they won't be coming back to life. I see. That is a relief. Relief my ass. Staying with this guy feels like it's shaving years off my lifespan. Anyway, I'm heading up for a bit. Don't go fishing those things out and complicating my life, just go rest at my place. Understood. I'll check when I get back. If even one of them is missing, I'm putting them under your charge and making you responsible for their rehabilitation. I shall keep that in mind. Unbelievable. He really is something else. The image of Kagaya flickered in my mind, making my lip twitch. I let out a long sigh and turned away. After moving a significant distance from the volcano, I faced the empty void and began to loosen up. It was something I had only theorized about and never actually attempted, so I wasn't sure if it would work, but I had to try. If the hole is too big, it'll be chaos. I need to do this as gently as possible. I took a stance and extended my arm toward the air, palm open. Deep breath. I inhaled deeply, planting my feet firmly into the ground, feeling the energy connect from my toes to my fingertips as one. Ha! I clenched my extended hand into a fist and struck the void. It was Cun Jing, the 1-inch punch I had mastered as a byproduct of performing my 10,000 gratitude straight punches. Crack AA. It worked. As if glass were shattering, a massive fissure split the void, revealing the landscape on the other side. It wasn't the crimson sky that made you feel like you were losing your soul just by looking at it, but a blue sky so vivid it made my eyes sting. It was the sky of the three worlds. Not that I particularly missed it. Walking out of hell, I looked up and immediately scowled. Ugh, too bright. F***ck. I felt like I'd just been hit with a flashbang. Massaging my throbbing eyelids, I spread my senses out in all directions. Like a single drop of water creating ripples in a still lake, my perception expanded outward with me at the center. When I opened my eyes again, a map of the world's changes over the years filled my mind. I guess they haven't been slacking off for the last 1,000 years. I let out a smirk and began walking leisurely toward the Shiba clan's territory. By the way, this is the Soul Society. The world of the living? They're probably still holding rocks and going ooga booga. In contrast, the Soul Society had undergone impressive development, from simple wooden houses to tiled roof dwellings made of stone and timber. Wait, I'm the one who taught them how to do this. Well, to be precise, I gave them the concept and that Tsuneyashiro bastard added the details, but it was my idea nonetheless. In the world of the living, cavemen are cheering over fire, while over here they're building wooden estates. Quite a contrast. Prometheus himself might tilt his head in wonder. Did I give them too much of a head start? But considering the Soul Society looked roughly like this in the original story anyway, maybe it's fine. Waraha. I got it, hey. Get back here. It is peaceful at least. I took a casual look around before sprinting toward the Shiba estate in a single bound. There were markets and crowds of people, but I wasn't interested, so I ignored them all and ran on. When I finally arrived at the Shiba clan, the place was packed with people dressed in black mourning clothes. They weren't wearing shahakusho, meaning they weren't soul reapers yet, just mourners. It might be insensitive to say this when someone's died. But, man, it is crowded. He must have been quite popular. Well, with a personality like his, it makes sense. I chuckled and walked toward the entrance when a middle-aged man in mourning clothes blocked my path. Have you come to pay your respects to Lord Hozuki? Why would I pay my respects to that lunatic? The guy is perfectly ollie, well, not alive. Spending too much time in hell almost made me forget the technicalities. I scratched my head and nodded. The man gave a bitter smile and bowed his head politely. You look like you've traveled quite a distance. Thank you for coming all this way to a foreign land to pay your respects. Please, could you sign the guest registry here? Sure. Here. The man looked at me with an expression that said, where did this disrespectful brat come from? Of course, I'm far too old to get angry over something like that, so I just ignored it. I asked if I should sign here. Ah, yes. Hold on. I paused with the brush in my hand before signing. What was that name those bastards came up with for me? Was it Shimon Mayo, or Shimon Mayo? If I had known, I would have asked them to write it down instead of just telling me verbally that I never planned on using the name and didn't think it would be useful, so I hadn't bothered to ask for the specifics. Is something the matter? I'm trying to remember the name. Just a second. Since they saw me entering hell, they probably went with the Nether King version, right? It isn't really my name, but I can't exactly write the Soul King's friend stopped by, so I just wrote Nether King for now. Done. I scribbled it down and set the brush aside. Damn, even I can tell my handwriting is garbage. I can barely read it myself. I should stick to not writing things in the future. Well, I'm going in. I was about to head inside to find Shiryu and talk about Hozuki when someone grabbed my shoulder. You madman. How dare you? Did you come here specifically to mock Lord Hozuki? What the hell? Why is he so pissed? I frowned at the man whose eyes were bloodshot with rage. What's the problem? What's the problem? You dare speak such nonsense. Look at this. Shimon Mayo, I'm asking what's the problem? You're asking? He told me to write my name, so I did. Why is he throwing a fit? If you have a problem with my name, go complain to your ancestors, don't take it out on me. If you have eyes, look for yourself. Everyone gathered here is in mourning over Lord Hozuki's passing. I can see that. Everyone's in black. In a place where everyone is grieving for a man who was kind and warm to all, you write Nether King. King of Hell. Don't make me laugh. Are you saying the young lord fell to hell? Or did you come here to curse him to go there? He actually is in hell though. Realizing he wouldn't listen even if I told him, I scratched my eyebrow. Furthermore, to mock the name of the ancestor of another of the 5 great noble houses, Shimon Mayo, in such a lowly manner? Oh, so that was the kanji for the title Mayo? I didn't know that. If you have a mouth, say something. I have nothing to say to you. How dare you try to step inside with your filthy feet? Shiba Shiryu is here, isn't he? I already know he's inside, so let go. To call the ancestor's name so flippantly. You are truly insane. If you do not withdraw immediately, I will stop using words. The man shouted, flaring his spiritual power. He seemed to have some standing, as the other mourners nearby turned pale the moment his energy surged. Was it called spiritual pressure? I didn't come here to cause a scene, so just take it easy. Boom, I-A. Crash before I could even finish my sentence, his fist flew out and struck me right in the face. Of course it didn't hurt, and I didn't even budge. Sigh. I let out a heavy sigh as a commotion broke out all around. Eek. What? What happened? Uncle Kiryu punched someone. No. That guy insulted Lord Hozuki first. It seems you have just enough skill to pull off such a lowly stunt. But no more enough. Gah. The moment a familiar spiritual power was felt, Kiryu, the man who had been screaming, fell to his knees. It was a masterfully precise display of technique, concentrating spiritual power into a single point to crush him with spiritual pressure without affecting anyone else in the vicinity. What is this ruckus on the day we mourn a child of our house? Child. Wait, it's been a long time, Shiba Shiryu. Phew, I guess he isn't so senile that he's forgotten my face. That's a relief. I smirked as I looked at the now ancient, withered Shiba Shiryu. Chapter 39, The Way the Three Worlds Revolve. 3. When the madman wrote his name in the condolence book as Shimon Mayo, the Nether King of the Death Gate, the guests didn't worry much. And for good reason. The one in charge of the register was Shiba Kiryu, male, a granduncle of the Shiba clan and their martial arts instructor for decades. However, the moment the guests saw the madman standing perfectly fine after taking a punch from Kiryu, a strike packed with enough spiritual power to send spiritual pressure radiating in all directions, a collective subconscious thought struck them. Is this actually dangerous? But that worry was short-lived, replaced quickly by anticipation. Enough. The founder of the Shiba family, Shiba Shiryu, male, one of the 5 ancestors who had lived for over 1,000 years, made his appearance. The guests felt a wave of relief at the sight of the man who was more than just a pillar of the family. He was the family personified. At least, they were relieved until Shiba Shiryu dropped to his knees before the madman. *****, this is awkward. Seriously, it's really awkward. How awkward? It's about as awkward as finishing your business in a public restroom only to realize there's no toilet paper left. No, it might actually be worse than that. In fact, is there even a situation more problematic than this? What the hell am I supposed to do here? A grandfather who looks at least 70 years older than me is kneeling at my feet, sobbing his eyes out. What am I supposed to do with this? Knock it off and get up. You're freaking everyone out. When I first greeted him, I didn't think much of it. Whether he was old or sickly, Shiryu was still Shiryu. But the moment I saw him drop to his knees with tears streaming down his face, my mood shifted instantly. Specifically, it shifted once I noticed everyone around us whispering and side-eyeing the hell out of me. Hey. Get up, you brat. People are watching. What are you, no-face? When I scowled and shouted, the weeping Shiryu finally managed a weak smile and nodded. Yes, of course, sniff. Naturally, the murmuring around us grew louder. If they were picking a fight, that would be one thing, but they were genuinely just worried about their ancestor. I couldn't even get properly pissed off at them. I'm going crazy, seriously. Why is it that I'm only ever surrounded by weirdos like this? Stop crying. I have something important to discuss, so let's go inside first. Understood. Since my master has come, it is only right. Arg. Stop crying. You're a damn skeleton. Why are you blubbering like a child? Are you older than me? I'm older than you, you little bastard. After I lost my temper and barked at him, Shiryu finally nodded and pushed himself up. Perhaps I had underestimated the flow of time too much, because the moment he stood, he staggered and almost fell backward. If he collapsed like that, something would definitely snap. Judging by the spiritual power I felt from him, he should have been fine, but his appearance was so beyond old. He looked like a walking corpse that I couldn't just stand by and watch. Sigh. You're really something else. I have no excuses. Whatever. I don't care if you get carried or lean on someone, just follow me. This is serious business. With that, I strode through the main gate and headed inside. Maybe it was because they saw their own founder kneeling before me, but no one dared to block my path. If I'd known it'd be this easy, I should have just dragged him out and made him kneel from the start. I plan to visit the other houses too. Maybe I should use this tactic then. No. That feels too much like elder abuse. Even if I am technically older, appearances matter, and it looks bad.by the way, this house is disgustingly huge. Wait, is that a garden? Unbelievable. While someone's out there eating dirt in hell, what a life. This spot looks good. It was isolated enough, had a small pond, and seemed perfect for a conversation that I looked back and made eye contact with Shiryu, who was being supported by a man with his face covered by a black cloth. This is far enough. I shall go on alone from here. But ancestor, enough. In this moment I am not your ancestor but Shiba Shiryu. Stand down. As you command. The masked man gave me a long look before leaping up onto the roof. Punk. Does he think I can't feel him glaring just because his face is covered? Sigh. Whatever. Getting annoyed over nothing will only tire me out, and I guess being around people has made me sensitive. I should finish this and get back quickly. There's nothing to see in Soul Society anyway. It has been a very long time, Master. Yeah. Has it been 1,000 years? No, more like 1,100 years. Haha. Master, you are as energetic as ever. At first I thought I was seeing a hallucination. You're probably the only brat left who still calls me Master. I smirked and sat down, leaning my back against a wall. My rear and back were a bit stiff, but it wasn't too uncomfortable. Don't you even have cushions in this giant hut? You there? Yes, right here. Bring another one. Yes. A man, the same one as before, brought 2 cushions with a speed that could only be described by the sound effect sure and left. I stacked them up and laid right down. Ah, that's better. I let out a long yawn, lying on my side and staring at the seated Shiryu. Whether it was because of the mental toll over the years or simply the crushing weight of time, his once thick hair was completely gone. You've aged quite a bit. Gotten more tearful too. I expected Myron to blubber, but I didn't think you'd leak tears the moment you saw me. I do like that you talk less now though. I have grown old after all. Don't you think it's about time you died? You've lived for 1,000 years. It seems dying isn't as easy as one might hope. I guess that's true. I scratched my cheek, then sat up straight, cracking my neck side to side. I have to talk about something important. I can't exactly do that while lying down. Do you know why I'm here? Have you come to drag me to hell? Why would I go through the trouble? You're going to croak soon anyway. As I ved my hand dismissively, Shiryu gave a bitter laugh. I thought perhaps after 1,000 years of waiting your patience had finally run out. I've already waited over a millennium. A little longer won't kill me. Hee hee. I suppose so. I don't know what he's so happy about. I watched Shiryu chuckle lowly, then sat on the cushion with my arms crossed. That's enough small talk. I'm going to say something important, so clear out everyone in the vicinity. Yes, it shall be done. You heard him. I will not tolerate any presence here. All of you withdraw. The moment Shiryu finished speaking, the man who had brought the cushions dropped silently from the roof behind him. Judging by his sour expression, he had a lot of grievances built up. But so what? What can you do? Your ancestor told you to beat it. What else can you do besides tremble and say as you command? Ancestor. We are the shadows created to serve and protect you. How can a shadow exist apart from its master? We would rather you take our heads. Holy shit, they're actually using suicide as a threat. I can't tell if this is extreme loyalty or just fanaticism. While I was watching this guy take an unexpectedly hard line, he turned his glare toward me and shouted. Above all, I cannot leave such a suspicious person alone with the ancestor. Silence. Oh. The thunderous scold. First time seeing one in real life that he didn't use spiritual power, so the sound merely echoed for a moment before dispersing. However, the sheer spirit behind it was overwhelming. The man who had been blabbering froze like a statue, unable to utter a word. Do you even know who this person is? He and the Soul King are. Whoops, this crazy old man is about to break the embargo. I stood up and tapped Shiryu on the shoulder. Hey, stop. If you go that far, things are going to get complicated. But, it's fine. I'll explain it myself. Shiryu nodded and stepped back. He never listened back in the day, but I guess getting old makes him more compliant. I smirked and stood before the masked man. Don't glare like that, kid. I have likely lived longer than you. Pfft. Hey, Shiryu. Did you hear that? He says he's lived longer than me. I almost lost it. I shook my head, chuckling under my breath. I'm older than your ancestor sitting right there. Didn't you hear him? Shiryu called me master. You must be using some sorcery. Denial, huh? Just what kind of sorcery would I have to use to make your founder kneel before me in front of everyone? TCH. Yeah, can't answer that, can you? Nothing to say. I hit him with straight facts. If he keeps talking, he's just throwing a tantrum. I have some really important things to talk about, so take the others and go play far away from here. How can I trust you enough to leave you alone with the ancestor? If you were to harm him. Stop it, brat. I placed a hand lightly on the shoulder of the man whose loyalty had crossed into obsession. If I had come here to harm you, as I slowly drew up my power, the sky of Soul Society began to ripple and shiver. Not just the sky, but the earth beneath us groaned with violent tremors. Was the man's body shaking because of the earthquake, or was it primal fear? Either way, it didn't matter. This place would have been erased from existence long ago. If you understand, then get lost. Don't bug adults when they're trying to talk. In a flash, the man, along with the ones hidden on the roof and under the floorboards, scattered. If they'd just left when I asked nicely, I wouldn't have had to work twice. Seriously annoying. You are as immense as ever. No. It seems you've become even stronger than before. I don't know. I don't have anyone to compare myself to. I guess because the original world was split into 3, things here break easily when I show a little muscle. Hell isn't like this. Chapter 40, The Absolute Nerve. After chasing the men away, I lightly spread my senses to scan the surroundings. As expected, there was no one left nearby except for Shiryu. I was thinking that if someone had actually gritted their teeth and stayed despite my display of force, I'd have acknowledged them and let them sit beside us to listen. Kids these days have no backbone. Haha. There aren't many who can stand tall in the face of a natural disaster after all. Well, I happen to know one such impressive fellow who ended up in hell. Smacking my lips, I sat down across from Shiryu. I'm sure you're curious why I've come. I don't intend to drag this out, so I'll get straight to the point. Please do. Shiba Hozuki, that brat is currently in hell. I beg your pardon? Hard to believe, right? I couldn't believe it myself. I wondered what the hell a guy like that was doing in such a place. Thanks to him, I learned that not everyone who falls to hell is a criminal bastard. To be honest, until I saw him with my own eyes, I wondered if he was just putting on an act. But seeing him in person confirmed it was the real deal. Why didn't I believe it until I arrived? Because, damn it, it's hell. I've seen bastards who repent and reach enlightenment in hell, but I never imagined someone who seemed to have absolutely no connection to it would end up there. How? What could that child have possibly done to be sent to hell? That's exactly why I came here. It made no sense to me that a guy who's beyond good, someone you could call a total sucker, wound up in hell. In terms of personality alone, he's someone who wouldn't be out of place being called a saint. He was a man who tried to dive into magma just to save the vermin who had fallen to hell with him. In fact, even if he were a criminal like the others and had tried to save them out of mere camaraderie, I would have been impressed enough to give him a round of applause. But that brat genuinely felt pity for those who had melted into the magma and tried to save them. If that isn't a saint, then what is? He isn't the type of person who belongs in hell. His death was a tragedy, but at the very least he's not someone who should be there. What should I do? Have you reached that age and still can't find the answer on your own? Shiryu couldn't respond to my words and lowered his head. His face, cast in shadow, was filled with profound grief. I reached out and patted Shiryu on the shoulder, not as an encouragement. Telling someone who has no strength left to cheer up only drains them more. But you're not wrong to struggle. This is a question with no answer. What? Did you think I'd give you the solution? That I would know the answer? As I spoke with a smirk, he hung his head lower as if I'd hit the mark. Well, I suppose if a superior being appeared before me in a situation like that, I might find myself reflexively leaning on them too. It's not that I don't understand, but seeking an answer like that when you're well past a certain age is a bit much. After living for 1,000 years, you should have at least learned that the world isn't so accommodating. Yes. However, I thought that if it were you, Master, you might know a way. A way, huh? There is a way. Surprised, he snapped his head up, eyes wide. How unexpected. I thought he'd be annoyed, thinking I was mocking him. As I watched him with that thought, Shiryu looked away with a bitter expression. I assume that way isn't exactly a proper one. Correct. It's to literally shatter hell and merge it with the three worlds. Of course, the three worlds you all created will transform into hell, both physically and conceptually. Haha. There was a method even more extreme than what I had imagined. I take it you were thinking of a way to simply pull Hozuki out of hell. Yes. You see right through me. Sure, the method Shiryu was thinking of is indeed a way, but it must not be done. These are the three worlds you created, and this is the order you established. You cannot make an exception just because he's your kin. I am well aware. That is why. I seek the answer, not just a method. Then give up on Hozuki. It's an unsolvable problem. It's not an unsolvable problem because I'm too lazy to think of one, it truly has no answer. What would happen if we removed Hozuki from hell just because he doesn't belong there? To talk about this, one first needs to understand exactly how the three worlds operate, and that's exactly why I came here. You must know how the three worlds function. Even I do not know the details. I only created Hueco Mundo, the prison intended to house the hollows. Is that so? Then the one who knows best would be Tsunoyashiro, right? No, it would be Shihoin. Tsunoyashiro has stayed confined within the royal guard's palace ever since that day, never venturing out. The fact that Tsunoyashiro is acting like a shut-in isn't particularly surprising, given he was always like that back in the forest. But to hear that Shihoin would know the most, that's unexpected. That tomboy knowing something so complex, it's truly a surprise. That is how much time has passed. I guess she's turned into an old hag by now. She hasn't gone senile, has she? Fortunately, no. I see. Well, at least she isn't senile. I need to discuss something very complicated, and it would be a problem if she were just spouting nonsense. Pardon? No need for pardons. You must have felt it too. As I spoke, I turned my head toward a familiar presence. Standing there was an old woman with disheveled dark purple hair who looked gaunt, and another old woman with black hair who had aged quite gracefully. They were Shihoin Rizatsu and Kuchiki Myron, respectively. Even these kids grow old. Especially Rizatsu, since her image was so childish, I almost expected her never to age. I was a bit surprised. Rizatsu, Myron. It's been a long time. We have been busy with the affairs of the three worlds, hence our long silence. Have you been in good health, master? Rizatsu bit her lip without saying a word, while Myron politely knelt and lowered her head in greeting. Myron was one thing, but Rizatsu really hasn't changed a bit. Don't you have anything to say? What are you going to try and lead with a kick this time too? As I spoke with a chuckle, Rizatsu's wrinkled face contorted. Why? Why have you decided to return only now? Is that what you were curious about? Don't worry, once my business is done I'll be heading back. It has been an entire millennium. Wait, why is she suddenly getting angry? As I stared at her with one eyebrow raised, the huffing Rizatsu clutched her chest and gasped for air. Rizatsu! I told you not to overexert yourself. Let go, Myron. I gasp. Cough I. I have things I must ask him. Heart, lungs. Her breathing sounds strange. This seems like a long-standing issue. The heart likely weakened naturally with age, but is the problem pulmonary edema? I'm surprised you're even alive with a body like that. Every breath must be agonizing. You must be coughing up blood too. My pain matters not. Just answer me. TSK, what a piece of work. She seems to have even less manners than before. Besides, why get so worked up and suffer for it? Hey, Shiryu. You said she wasn't senile. This brat looks pretty senile to me. Haha. This guy's the same as always. I let out a long sigh and stood up to face Rizatsu. Stand up straight, Rizatsu. Asterisk cough. Hack ugh, asterisk. Myron, help her up. Yes. Myron helped Rizatsu to her feet, and I took another look at Rizatsu's condition. It was definitely pulmonary edema. This is going to hurt a bit. All three of them, including Rizatsu herself, looked at me with confusion. Not that they won't find out soon enough. Extending my pinky, I thrust it straight into Rizatsu's solar plexus. Pulmonary edema is a condition where fluid builds up in the alveoli, basically the air sacs in the lungs. Therefore, the cure is simple. Gak, asterisk kahak, asterisk master? Even if Rizatsu was rude, how could you do this to a sick person? Quiet. I can't hear the sound. Air continued to escape from Rizatsu's mouth. The remaining air in her lungs decreased, the lungs shrank and naturally the fluid trapped in the alveoli. Gurgle, would naturally be forced out. Watching Rizatsu vomit out bright red bloody foam, I withdrew my pinky. Leave her like that for a bit. She'll get up on her own soon enough. Yes. Leaving the collapsed, trembling Rizatsu to Myron, I shook the bloody foam off my arm and returned to my seat. Damn it. I got blood on my clothes. Shiryu, get me a change of clothes. Certainly. I shall prepare several sets for you to take back as well. Yeah, thanks. See? This is how a disciple should act. Look at how attentive he is, unlike a certain mannerless brat. Cough. Hack. Ugh. Ha. Ha. While I was thinking that, I glanced over at Rizatsu. After spitting out blood for a long while and coughing a few times, she began to breathe again. Her breathing sounded far clearer than before. That crude method I just used actually worked. I can't believe that worked. She's old, but I'm glad she's still as tough as ever. Thank you, Kagaya. It's thanks to you serving as my test subject that I could put this to use. What if she died? Then it would be divine punishment. Why should I have to worry about that? Well, maybe I would have worried just a little. I still need to hear their story after all. Well, how does it feel to take a proper breath for the first time in ages? Still no answer, you ill-mannered brat. Maybe I should have just punctured her diaphragm. Chapter 41, Cycle 1. Breathing heavily for a long time, Rizatsu finally managed to steady her trembling body. She wiped the bloody foam from her mouth with her sleeve and stood up. Why did you heal me? Healing? Don't make me laugh. I just drained the fluid from your lungs as a stopgap. The pulmonary edema itself is still there. Before long you'll be hacking up blood and making a mess again. In the first place, if one could learn ripple breathing just by having their diaphragm poked with a pinky, Kagaya would have been using overdrive ages ago. What I did was merely vent the air and drain the fluid from her lungs. It wasn't a cure for the edema. As I spoke with a scowl, Myron, who had been supporting Rizatsu by her side, looked at me. Master. What? Are you going to ask if I can actually cure her? Are you people even allowed to say that? You're the ones who crafted the concepts of life and death with your own hands, and now that death is coming for you, you're scared. It is not like that at all. I just wanted Rizatsu to suffer even a little bit less. Being worshipped as the 5 great noble houses must have given you quite the privilege complex. Did you think that because you have a connection with me, you'd be allowed to die a bit more comfortably? If you didn't want to suffer or feel pain, you shouldn't have divided the 3 worlds. You shouldn't have separated life and death. These women enjoyed every privilege that came with being called ancestors in an environment far superior to anyone else's. They never spared a thought for the children starving to death in the outer districts, nor did they show concern for the commoners dying in agony from disease. You find it hard to watch her suffer? You wish she'd suffer less. You've grown arrogant, Kachiki Myron. Sigh. Fine, whatever. From the moment the term 5 great noble houses came about, I didn't expect much anyway. Humans are selfish by nature. Ideal kings like the Soul King are a rare breed. An ideal is only an ideal because it remains out of reach. Unless you intend to take responsibility for every soul out in the slums and provide them relief, don't ask me for help. This is the world you chose and the world you created, so why are you asking me? How long am I supposed to wipe your asses? It's not like you've gone senile yet, is it? Even if they did go senile, I wouldn't wipe their asses. Why should I? Make your descendants do it, don't ask me. Anyway, Rizatsu. I didn't exactly fix you, I just tweaked you because talking was going to be a nuisance otherwise. Now that you know, come over here and sit down quietly. We have a lot to talk about. I patted the wooden floor. Rizatsu approached with a sour expression and knelt formally. Still hasn't said thank you. What a brat. No matter how much of a rush she's in, she should at least show some gratitude. Sigh, fine, forget it. What would I even do with her thanks? With that thought, Myron followed behind and sat beside her. The people here should have a general idea of how things are going, so I'll skip the redundant explanation. Shiba Hozuki, you all know him, right? Yes. He was a child of exceptional ability and talent, yet he was never arrogant. He was polite and kind to his elders. Unlike some people I could mention. I swallowed the words that almost slipped out and nodded. That boy has fallen into hell. What? Myron reacted exactly like Shiryu had, while Rizatsu frowned and bit her lip. Shiryu did say she was the one who knew the most. It seems she really does know something. As you all know, Hozuki isn't the type to fall into hell. But he's there right now. Why is that? That we don't quite. We would like to know as well. What could that young child have possibly done to deserve being sent to hell? Shiryu and Myron both shook their heads. Among those sitting here, Rizatsu was the only one who remained silent. Whether she was taking time to organize her thoughts because she had a lot to say, or because her conscience was pricked by something. One look at her face gave me the answer. It looks like you have something to say but need some time to prepare mentally. In the meantime, I should explain how hell operates. How hell operates? Good question, Myron. It means exactly what it sounds like. I'm going to tell you how hell works. Don't worry, it's not a long story. As you know, hell is quite a simple place. Master, you are likely the only person who thinks hell is simple. The more complex you make your thinking, the harder it is to find the answer. I smirked at Shiryu's comment, then walked down toward the garden to pick up one white stone and one black stone. All three of them, Rizatsu included, looked puzzled. I'm not entirely sure how your three worlds function, but since you people are so obsessed with balance, you must have adopted a system of reincarnation. Right? How did you? I confirmed it as soon as I left hell. Spreading one's sensory range to identify where someone is more difficult than it sounds. Simply spreading spirit pressure to find a location is no different from a bat's echolocation. With that alone, you can't precisely tell who is where. If you ask a person with total color blindness to distinguish between two frogs that are identical in every way except color, can they do it? No, they can't. Spreading one's senses is similar, that's why I focused on perceiving the spiritual power of others to make it easier to distinguish them. After doing that for 1,000 years, I naturally began to feel the flow of Reisher as well. And the first thing I felt upon arriving in the three worlds was, I felt the spirit particles moving in one massive current. I felt two paths, a direct flow from the soul society to the world of the living, and one that flows from the world of the living through Hueco Mundo and back into the soul society. Ultimately, I realized they formed a single great circle across the three worlds. In that case, it's usually reincarnation. Spirit particles gather to become spirit. This is then divided into the soul and the spirit, which combine to form the soul spirit. When this obtains a body, it finally becomes life. That is what we call reincarnation. But a problem arises here. Specifically, the karma engraved upon the soul spirit. Now let's say these two stones are soul spirits, and this garden is the three worlds. The white one is an ordinary soul that hasn't committed any sins. The black one is a bastard who's sinned enough to fall to hell. Can these two actually mix together? What do you think? It would be impossible. Much like oil and water cannot mix. So the method you chose was to drop this black stone into hell. Correct? Yes. I'm not bringing this up to scold you, so don't look so gloomy. It's not cute at all coming from an old woman. As I waved my hand with a look of disgust, the two women, except Shiryu, cleared their throats and averted their eyes. Even so, we force such a burden upon our master. I scowled at Myron's words. Look at her running her mouth. Listen here, you inconsiderate punks. If you actually cared, you should have come visit me a long time ago. Anyone can talk a big game. We are truly sorry. Sigh. Fine, whatever. I crawled into hell of my own volition to deal with your mess, and I never intended to hold you responsible for it anyway. Then why did you say those things? It just pissed me off seeing you pretend to care when you hadn't even sent a how are you or a single greeting in all this time, okay? Ugh, I got a bit sidetracked. Anyway, let's set aside the white one. What happens to this black one that falls to hell? I lightly tightened my right hand, which held the black stone, and crushed it. The black stone broke into two pieces. First you kill it. Broken, broken, and broken again. Crunch, crackle, crumble. As I continued to crush the stone in my hand, it eventually turned into a handful of sand. You kill it until not even a shred of the soul remains, until the self is lost and the karma itself becomes as if it never existed, reduced to mere powder. And then, I scattered the sand across the garden. The black stone spread over the garden was now impossible to find. You return it to the three worlds to be circulated once again. For the record, Kagaya is a bit different since he achieved enlightenment on his own and entered nirvana before fading into nothingness. He was a case where he broke out of the frame and escaped the logic of the Great Circle entirely. This is how sinners are handled in hell. This is why sinners eventually become dust. Once the soul and the spirit have completely vanished, how could the physical form maintain its existence? If the pillars are gone, how can the house stand? It collapses entirely. I thought that was the end of it too. But the real problem starts from here. If that really were the end, then why on earth did Shiba Hozuki fall to hell? He's not a sinner with evil karma attached to his soul. If there's any singular anomaly, it's just that his spiritual power is overwhelmingly higher than others. So why? Why do you think that is? Huh? Shihoin Rizatsu. As I crossed my arms and looked at Rizatsu, she clenched her fists and trembled, hanging her head low. Seeing her reaction, Myron and Shiryu also fixed their gazes on Rizatsu, their expressions hardening. After a long silence, Rizatsu began to speak with a voice thick with suppressed emotion. 1,000 years since the creation of the Great Cycle, up until then we thought there were no issues. There weren't really many issues actually. But, as time passed, we realized the flow was becoming distorted and beginning to creak. For 108 years, 7 months and 15 days since then, I have devoted myself to research to identify the problem. And I realized it. The structural flaw of the three worlds. Chapter 42, Cycle 2. At the mention of a structural flaw from Rizatsu's mouth, Myron was the first to react with fierce opposition. What are you talking about, Rizatsu? A flaw? It is exactly what it sounds like. The three worlds we created is an incomplete world, riddled with defects. Of course it is. It's an incomplete and unstable world. If this damn world were perfect, you lot wouldn't even be here. I swallowed the words that almost slipped out and leaned my back against a wooden pillar. After all the resolve we put into. Stop it, Myron. You're just dragging this out for no reason. TCH. That girl used to be a crybaby back in the day. I wonder how she got so headstrong. Well, I suppose it's only natural for things to change after 1,000 years. Keep going. As you said, we divided the world into 3 and devised a method to maintain it in the most stable way possible. First, we separated life and death, establishing a beginning and an end. To put it simply, they opened the floodgates. There's no end if there's no beginning, and what's the point of beginning something if there is no end? The primordial world was exactly like that. Humans didn't give a damn whether they lived or died. When there's no difference between being dead and being alive, what does it matter? Because of that, they would wither away and become hollows without offering even a hint of resistance. Did I end that sense? The fact that these fools separated the concepts of life and death was a job well done. Of course, this alone was insufficient. By dividing the world into 3, we created a more stable flow. Those are the 3 worlds we know as the Soul Society, the world of the living, and Hueco Mundo. If you just kept them separate, it wouldn't be any different from how things were before. Yes. If that were the end of it, we would be no different from that person who simply eradicated the hollows. Thus, we connected the 3 worlds into one, creating a singular massive current to link the smaller flows. That is the reincarnation I spoke of earlier, what we call the Great Circle. The flow of erasure that encompasses the 3 worlds. From the world of the living to the Soul Society, then back to the world of the living. If one becomes a hollow, they go to Hueco Mundo, and if they die there, they return to the Soul Society. It's a cycle of infinite repetition. Like Penrose stairs or a Mobius strip. But if it ended there, problems like Hozuki wouldn't be cropping up. And I shifted my gaze slightly toward the garden. At a glance, it looked no different from before, but upon closer inspection, black stone dust could be seen scattered here and there. Yes. Bad karma. That was the problem. You probably thought you could just drop those with bad karma into hell and grind them into dust. No, wait, you probably didn't even know that back then. Did you just think you would filter out the pitch-black ones from the flow of the 3 worlds? Yes. That is what we thought. I'm sure that wasn't the end of it. The reincarnation itself, designed to create a flow between erasure, also had its problems. Finally, that topic comes up. I was wondering when we'd get there. I let out a smirk, pulled my back away from the pillar and rested my chin on my hand. Erasure acts like gravity. It attracts the surrounding erasure and makes it its own. Like a snowball. I thought this would be resolved through death and reincarnation. But it didn't work. Why? Think about how many times I had to smash those black stones to turn them into powder at least dozens of times. To turn them into complete dust, it would have taken over 100. That is what death in hell is. But the three worlds? Once in the world of the living, maybe once in Hueco Mundo if you're unlucky enough to become a hollow, and once in the Soul Society. That's it.at most 3 times. Fine, considering only the Soul Society and Hueco Mundo are places where one can accumulate spiritual power, and even then only those with talent can do so. It might seem manageable, but the act of death itself is simply far too infrequent, since souls can't die repeatedly like they do in Hell Ray. Sure, inevitably accumulates. When you cram all that into a single body, the ratio naturally becomes compressed, and when that happens, it results in the birth of a being with spiritual pressure so immense it cannot be processed by the self-cleansing mechanisms of the three worlds, by life, death, and reincarnation. Spiritual authority Yang Wai. That is the name I gave it. Just then Shiba, who had been listening silently, crumpled his face in a grimace and spoke up. Wait a moment please. Does this mean the reason Hozuki fell into hell wasn't because of our original sin, but simply because his spiritual pressure was too high? Original sin? What, sealing the Soul King? Are you saying it wasn't because of that? Of course not. Did the Soul King create the three worlds? No, you lot did. The Soul King's role was strictly that of a linchpin. The problems of the three worlds are entirely of your own making. The moment I finished speaking, Shiryu clutched his chest and grit his teeth. Then, the reason that young child fell into hell was simply because his spiritual pressure was high. Just for a reason like that. You're telling me an innocent child had to be cast into hell for such a trivial thing? Yes. He had to fall into hell for just such a trivial reason. And it was you who built it that way. What can you do? That's the limit of the system. It is what it is, so just give up. If I had come here to say something like that, I wouldn't have bothered coming at all. If I intended to give up and walk away like that, I would have smashed the three worlds myself before these bastards even finished building them. I would have crushed it all and told them to start over from scratch. That's why I brought a solution. A solution? Keep in mind, as long as the fundamental issues of the three worlds aren't resolved, this is nothing more than a temporary measure. Remember that what I'm giving you isn't the answer to eliminate the problem, but merely a solution to prevent an even greater disaster. I sat down and placed the white stone I had brought earlier in front of me. The current three worlds repeat death only 3 times. Even reincarnation is a simple, primitive method where humans become hollows. Hollows are purified by the hands of a soul reaper to become humans again, and dead souls are reincarnated as humans. Am I wrong? You are correct. You selfish bastards, I knew you'd handle things this sloppily. I let out a deep sigh and broke the stone into 3 pieces. I've decided to make more use of hell. I'm going to insert hell into the great circle you mentioned. Then, does that mean the innocent will also fall into hell? To be precise, we will establish clear laws and judge the souls. Based on their sins, we will determine what they will be reincarnated as. Like this, the Hell Realm, the Hungry Ghost Realm, the Animal Realm, the Azura Realm, the Human Realm, and the Deva Realm. Yes, what I'm trying to do is apply the law of the 6 paths of reincarnation from Buddhism to this world. I didn't think much of it at first. But when I saw Kagaya reach enlightenment and break free from the cycle, I realized it. The foundation of the Bleach universe is Buddhism. That was the inspiration for this Bleach-style 6 paths of reincarnation. Not enough deaths? Then just reincarnate them as something like an insect and let them repeat death tens of thousands of times before they reincarnate as a human again. Then spiritual power won't have the chance to accumulate. Of course, it means a hell of a lot more work for me, but it's 1,000 times better than seeing innocent people suffer unfairly. What kind of logic is? For a human to be degraded to an insect? I smirked at Myron, who was looking horrified. Yeah, I was waiting for that reaction. What, you don't like it? Then what, you're just going to keep shoving everyone with high spiritual power into hell and feign ignorance? Humans remain humans, beasts remain beasts, and insects live as insects forever? Look where that got you. Slam! I brought my hand down on the stone, crushing it into complete dust. An innocent brat fell into hell. Because of your arrogance and selfishness. And yet you dare talk about guilt? I'm sure I told you. Covering a pile of filth with a lid doesn't make the filth disappear. I can excuse the others who don't know any better, but you lot shouldn't be acting like this, you sons of bitches. As I let out a long sigh and scratched my head, Rizatsu and Myron hung their heads with sour expressions. The only one who didn't protest my words was Shiryu. I expected it, but I didn't think he'd accept it quite this readily. If that is the case, one could become an insect or a person again depending on the sins they have committed. Perhaps they could even reincarnate directly in the Soul Society. I see. After closing his eyes to think for a moment, Shiryu nodded with a smile. When he opened his eyes again, his expression was more serene than ever before. I am in favor. Paying for one's sins is only natural. The next person to nod was a truly unexpected figure. I will follow your lead. Rizatsu, Myron, I cannot provide an answer better than that. For me, I can only follow that method. Since the two of them agreed to follow, Myron, left alone, eventually had no choice but to accept it. This was the moment the logic of the three worlds' 6 paths was engraved into the world. Oh, by the way, you guys are all going to hell too, so just keep that in mind. I smirked at the 3 stunned figures. What, you brats? You think you're not sinners? Don't worry. I won't tell you to reach enlightenment through death like the others. Let's just work ourselves to the bone together for the rest of our lives. Who knows? Maybe one day you'll gain realization and shed your shells like Kagaya did. Chapter 43. The paradox. I swore after dealing with the Soul King that I'd never clean up another man's mess again, yet here I am, doing it anyway. But honestly, watching these bastards fumble around was so frustrating I just couldn't sit on my hands. Still, I don't regret it. It was a massive pain, but I saved a guy who was about to get royally screwed over. I'd call that a net profit. So what am I doing now that the dust has settled? Asterisk crunch, asterisk, this is actually pretty good. I'm on my way to see that bastard Tsuneyashiro's face, but I don't really have a specific plan. Since I've bothered to crawl out of hell, I figured I might as well check in on him. Curiosity, mostly. I wanted to see what he's been up to. Actually, that's just an excuse. Truth is, something feels off. For the record, I'm flying solo. Shiryu is tied up with the funeral, and Rizatsu rushed back to her research on the 6 realms of reincarnation. Myron? I told her to stay put. The sight of that old woman trying to keep up with me with those precarious shuffling steps was too painful to watch, so I sent her packing. When she insisted I'd need a guide, I just smirked and recited the exact location of the Kachiki family's secret storehouse. That sent her scurrying back in a panic. She should have just left when I told her to. To be fair, there was another reason I turned down Myron's offer. Tsuneyashiro's residence, or rather, the Soul King Palace where they say he's been holed up, was sitting in a spot that was impossible to miss. Is this it? Crunching down on the apple core and all, I looked up at a wooden gate 3 times. No, maybe 5 times taller than me. TCH. This feels eerily familiar. I walked up and rapped my knuckles against the gate. The texture and density felt strangely nostalgic. Oh, I remember this. It's that tree. The one I used to use for carving figurines back in the day. Touching and tapping it confirmed it. It was wood harvested from the forest where I used to live eons ago. So they used that to build a door, huh? I stepped back a bit to take in the gate and the massive stone walls flanking it. There were 4 of these gates in total, north, south, east, and west, dividing the area into 5 sectors with one central building as the axis. I moved back even further and looked up at the structure looming in the distance, shaped like the Tower of Babel. Well, I mean, it looked like the tower from the stories. It wasn't the actual thing. A Babel-esque building. A long vertical cylinder, and from within I could sense 3 familiar spiritual power signatures. Naturally, those 3 were the Soul King, the monk, and Tsuneyashiro. Incidentally, the Tsuneyashiro main estate was on the exact opposite side of where I was heading. So where was I going? The Soul King Palace, huh? Chomp, I can smell the bullshit from here. I wondered what that devious prick Tsuneyashiro was cooking up this time. Knowing him, he was definitely up to something shady, but I just hoped it wasn't anything too catastrophic. Who's going to clean up the mess if a walking corpse with barely a century left in him decides to take a dump on the world before he goes? The idea of living a life of luxury, doing whatever you want, and then dying while dumping all the responsibility on your descendants? That's just petty as hell. Doesn't this place even have a house sitter? If there had been a gatekeeper, I would have asked them to announce my arrival, but there was nothing but massive doors and walls. Pardon the intrusion. I didn't care about getting a warm welcome. I didn't come here expecting one anyway. I gripped the tightly shut doors, heaved them upward, and strode inside. I don't know how heavy they'd made the damn things, but when I let them drop back down after clearing my height, the entire ground shook. I guess that's why there wasn't a gatekeeper, and no matter who showed up, they wouldn't have the strength to budge the things. You should have expected I'd show up. Sometimes Tsuneyashiro seems like the most thorough bastard on the planet, but then he leaves these weird, glaring holes in his logic. Thinking that, I looked around and spotted more of those familiar trees. Sure enough, they were exactly the same as the ones from the forest. Knew it. That wood is notoriously sturdy after all. With a small smirk, I walked down the grand boulevard that extended in a cross shape plus, from the Soul King Palace at the center. What's with all these pillars? For a place with no ceiling, the number of pillars was excessive to the point of being eerie. And it wasn't just this path. Identical pillars were lined up at regular intervals along all 4 major boulevards stretching out in every direction. It was as if they had been built for a very specific purpose. They look like streetlights. Except they were just chunks of rock that didn't emit a lick of light. As I strolled along, tapping on the pillars, I felt a familiar spiritual power approaching. I knew you would come, Master. It was expected, but the signature belonged to Tsuneyashiro. Like Shiryu, Myron, and Rizatsu, he hadn't escaped the ravages of 1,000 years. He appeared as a frail old man, a hunchback with a spine curved into a question mark, bald as an egg, and not a single tooth left in his mouth, a miserable wretch. Frankly, it was a miracle he was even alive. If you knew I was coming, you should have been out here sooner to show your face. You sure are taking your sweet time getting up. This withered body was unable to venture out to greet my master. I ask for your immense grace and understanding. So the others who are just as old as you are what total idiots for coming to meet me. Tsuneyashiro simply offered a thin, toothless smile. Typical. Whenever I say something he doesn't like, he just shuts up. By the way, didn't I tell you to stop calling me master? I specifically remember saying I never took a disciple like him. When I scratched my head and answered, Tsuneyashiro gave a low chuckle and nodded. Indeed, you certainly said as much. The memory of that day is still vivid. I cannot describe the despair I felt then. See? Look at this piece of shit trying to stall for time and change the subject again. You are as impatient as ever, Master. Almost like a man being hunted by something. I've got nothing but time. What would I be running from? I just hate it when people beat around the bush. It's a waste of energy for both of us. Why the hell does he feel the need to speak in riddles? We aren't in a contest of wills. Wouldn't it be great if people just laid everything out on the table instead of leaving it to be misinterpreted by some moron? Oh my, to think such an unfortunate soul exists. I'm talking about you, you bastard. You. I said it straight to his face, but he just kept smiling. Shiryu and Myron aside, even Rizatsu was a saintly, dignified elder compared to this guy. Having a man whose thoughts you can never read smiling like that is enough to make my skin crawl. It wasn't just that his appearance had changed. His presence had become strangely blurred, which felt even worse. How should I put it? His spiritual power has grown faint? Compared to what I remembered, his power was hazy. No, not hazy, more like diluted. It was like watching ink dissolve in clear water. That was the bizarre sensation it gave off. And then, what are you doing there, monk? Did he really think I wouldn't notice him hiding? I turned around and met the eyes of the monk, who looked exactly as he did 1,000 years ago. Oh ho, will you no longer call me Dharma? Dharma my ass. A shitty monk trying to compare himself to the founder of Zen Buddhism? Man. Sigh. I guess this is my fault for starting it. I'm not calling you that. So what are you doing here? Are you asking the Gold General why he guards the Jade General? I don't know how to play shogi. For someone who doesn't know the game, you seem to understand well enough. I stared at the laughing monk and let out a long, weary sigh. Between him and Tsuneyashiro, I don't know who's more unpleasant. Right. Sure, I get the gist. Looking at that old prick, I figured he was about to kick the bucket, so I didn't think much of it. But now that I see you, you're blurry too. What the hell have you been doing here? You ask the same question. Then I have no choice but to give the same answer. The monk scratched his cheek and folded his arms. I am, of course, protecting the Soul King Palace. Who doesn't know that? The Soul King is here, the monk is here, and for some reason that bastard is here too. With a lineup like that, it has to be about defending the palace. But that's not what I'm asking. You and Tsuneyashiro. Why have you both become so faint? Wait, they aren't becoming faint. Assimilation. Don't tell me these bastards. Hey, Tsuneyashiro. Are you out of your mind? I am perfectly sane. This is all for the great cause. The great cause? Great cause, my foot, you son of a bitch. The Soul King has become the linchpin of the three worlds, and he requires guardians to protect him. However, ordinary souls cannot withstand the spiritual decay caused by the passage of time. But he didn't give up. If a soul cannot withstand decay, then it simply must be forged into a soul that can. That was the logic that drove him. Like pounding iron to remove impurities, you thought a soul could be tempered the same way. But the method was too dangerous. The side effects of failure were catastrophic. And that was when a question occurred to me. Why must I be the one to stop the decay? If there already existed an entity that does not experience decay, why should I exert myself so needlessly? So the method you chose was fragments of the Soul King. Yes. This Soul King palace is the linchpin itself, made from the Soul King's power. Currently, the Soul King is a being who is neither dead nor alive. Therefore, if one were to simply hitch a ride on this flow, Tsuneyashiro opened his toothless mouth wide, stretching his face into a distorted, ghoulish grin. As long as the Soul King does not die, I can protect the Soul King Palace as an eternal, immortal being. As he spoke, Tsuneyashiro's form began to shift, reverting to how he looked 1,000 years ago. Chapter 44. A Journey to Hell. Tsuneyashiro formed a seal with his hands, and immediately his body began to regain its youth as if time were flowing backward. His fallen teeth regrew, his hunched back straightened, and thick hair sprouted from his once bald scalp. The color of the newly grown hair was not the white of his old age but a deep black-green. Appearing as though it were laced with potent venom. It was the exact same color as Tsuneyashiro Tokunada's hair, which I had seen in the novelization. Yes. Yes. Ha 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 ha. I'm back. I have returned. Jamin burst into a mad laughter as he ran his hands over his rejuvenated body. He even writhed his torso, looking as though he were in an unbearable state of ecstasy. Watching him, I understood that I saw exactly how that ritual was operating. You've linked your life to the Soul King Palace, haven't you? Yes, as expected of my master. You recognized it instantly. Ha 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 ha. TSK. You little brat, you're doing something truly disgusting. This son of a bitch. I knew he was up to some shady shit, but I never imagined he would be this pathetic. I scowled deeply and glared at the shaveling monk. And you bastard. If you saw this, you should have stopped him. Do you think those eyes of yours are just for sitting back and watching? If it is for the sake of protecting the Soul King, one must overlook a certain degree of evil, must one not? And this is the guy who wants to be called Dharma. If the real Bodhidharma were alive, he would have used Kalarapayattu to split this bastard into 3 pieces, head, chest, and stomach. If he weren't destined to become the captain of the Zero Division in the distant future, the one meant to stop Yawatch, I would have killed him right here. Actually, even if I killed him now, he probably wouldn't stay dead. Bullshit. You little. Phew. Never mind. Forget it. What's the use in talking? It'll be the same even in the future. How did a piece of shit like this become the captain of the Zero Division? I feel truly sorry for saying this, but it would probably be better for the world if Kagaya, who has already ascended, came back down and took the captaincy instead. I'm rolling around in this field of shit while you're relaxing after shedding your shell, huh? Must be nice. I thought this while looking up at the sky, but of course no answer came. But that simply meant he had truly moved on, so I didn't feel particularly bitter. Fine, kid. Live comfortably up there. I scratched my head, let out a long sigh, and looked back up. Yes, I did. My eyes met Tsuneyashiro's, who was looking down at me with an expression overflowing with superiority. Over his current face, I saw the overlap of the past Tsuneyashiro, the one who trembled in fear before me. Seeing that pissed me off. Getting a vague sense of what he was thinking pissed me off even more. You knew I was coming, and you stayed here waiting for me until I arrived. That means you have something you want to say, right? It is almost frightening. Just how much do you know? Even if I told you, you have no intention of listening. This brat has never listened to a word I said in the past, so why bother asking now? I shook my head and crossed my arms. I'll ask this first. Why did you do it? It was to protect the Soul King Palace. This goddamn curses threatened to surge up my throat and leak through my teeth, but I suppressed them with superhuman patience. I'm not usually a man of foul language, but I really can't stand this. Still, I should endure. There's no point in swearing at a man who won't listen. Even if I told him to be honest about his ulterior motives, he wouldn't admit them. Just be honest and say it's because you didn't want to die. I have spoken the truth, yet Master denies it. To judge me solely by my past self is a confirmation bias. I truly created this ritual, the Ukin, solely to protect the Soul King Palace. The King's Key. Yes. By binding our lives to the palace, we have ensured that as long as we do not all perish, the Soul King Palace cannot be destroyed. We have become the living keys, the locks themselves. Then the reverse must apply as well. Tsuneyashiro offered no reply, only a smile, right. Now that I think about it, there was a mention in the original story that the Zero Division does not die as long as the Soul King Palace remains intact. So? What's next? I shall hide this palace. Somewhere far beyond anyone's reach. The heaven above heavens. The realm of neither thought nor non-thought. I will suspend the Soul Kin. G Palace at the very edge of the Soul Society's sky. In a place where no hand can reach it, I will manifest 72 protective barriers so that no one may enter or leave as they please. And you're doing that to protect the Soul King Palace as well? Yes. Of course. However, since those tied to the palace cannot leave it, it pains me to leave the children of my house behind in the Soul Society. But if that is the price to protect the world, I shall gladly accept it. The way he spoke with an expression of genuine regret. If someone didn't know better, they'd think he was truly grieving. Ha! Hilarious. It's so funny I can't even laugh. I'm so angry I can't even get mad. Fine. Let's summarize. 1,000 years ago, backstabbing and sealing the Soul King was for the sake of preventing the end of the world. Dividing the world into three and creating the cycle of erasure was also for the world. Casting souls with karma into hell was to keep the world clean at all times. Dropping souls with high spiritual pressure into hell was also for the maintenance of the world. Building the Soul King Palace was to protect the Soul King. Creating the Ukin was to protect the palace that protects the Soul King. Suspending the palace in the sky was, likewise, to protect the Soul King Palace. Why? Because protecting the palace results in protecting the world. Are you trying to say you haven't done a single thing for yourself? Everything was done under the greater good of saving the world? This level of bullshit deserves a standing ovation. You've wrapped it up beautifully. Truly impressive. Magnificent, really. Even though the content inside is a nauseating pile of slaughter and karma, I glared at him, my brow furrowed in a deep scowl. So, to make that Ukin, how many did you kill? 100? 1,000? Or was it 10,000? It is a lamentable thing. Because of my lack of ability, many unfortunate souls saw their lives end. How could I ever forget? Exactly 10,307. Don't you feel anything? They are those who laid down their lives for the greater good. They are all prideful children. How could I possibly insult them with grief? To do so would be to mock their sacrifice. Tsuneyashiro tilted his head, his expression one of genuine confusion. Is he pretending to be ignorant until the end, or does he truly believe he is carrying all the world's misfortunes for the sake of others? Whichever it is, it's equally nauseating, justifying atrocities and calling it justice. You and you too. You're both pieces of shit. Unnecessary evil, perhaps. Peace is always built upon such things. The monk is at least slightly better. At least he knows he's a bastard. Compared to him, the guy standing there. Why do you look upon me with such disdain, master? Does my service to the Soul King displease you so? Or are you angry because I no longer have a reason to go to hell? Since you seem to truly not understand, I'll explain it to you piece by piece. First, the Soul King sacrificed his own body to become the wedge for the world. You didn't seal the Soul King because you were capable. You claim you made a ritual to seal him? Bullshit. You just took the barriers the Soul King was already using and inverted them. How the hell can you say you made that? Next, I can understand cutting off his arms. But why did you go further than that? Instead of serving the Soul King who gave his life for you, you cut off his legs, tore out his organs, and made him a cripple. And then you say you're serving him? Because he stays quiet and takes it, you just do whatever the hell you want, don't you? Next, I deliberately avoided making a name for myself so I could quietly disappear into the background of history, fearing I might scare you lot. But you just had to drag me back out and give me a name. Why? Were you that afraid of me? Did you need to define me to bring me down to a level you could comprehend? Did you need the assurance that comes with making me an equal existence to yourselves, just so you could feel it's okay if we do this? Next, the very bastard who divided life and death for the world created an immortality ritual for himself because he didn't want to die. You call it the king's key to make it sound nice, but you just made it because you're terrified of death. Couldn't the Soul King Palace simply be guarded generation after generation? If you had been honest and said, I'm scared of dying, but I'll protect the palace while I'm at it, so give me a break, I would have just called you a son of a bitch and left it at that. Next, after all that, you act like you're the only one who sacrificed anything, playing the hypocrite. If you had bowed your head like Shiryu and said it was for the world, that you were sorry and that you would accept the punishment later, I wouldn't have said a word. But what? For the Soul King? Does a man who serves the Soul King tear him to pieces? Doesn't that feel strange to even you? Everything he did and said was a mass of contradictions, and to say all that was for the world. You have no intention of changing, do you? Change is something one does when there is a problem. Right. I knew you'd say that. Then, as your master, I have nothing more to say. Instead, from this moment on, I will speak as the Nether King. The name you lot gave me it doesn't matter if that's not what Nether King means. You gave me the name on your own whims, so I'll use it on mine. Suniashiro Jamin. For the crime of stealing from your master and trying to make it your own, for neglecting your duties, for deceiving others with hypocrisy, for slandering others, and for accumulating a massacre's worth of karma so thick it is carved into your very soul. It is a great evil that can never be overlooked. Furthermore, as you show no remorse despite knowing these facts, your character is utterly irredeemable. Therefore, I hand down your sentence. You are headed for the hell of black darkness. Suniashiro, who had been breaking out in a cold sweat with a tense expression, suddenly snorted and shouted. I cannot die as long as the Soul King Palace remains. How could you possibly judge me? You won't die as long as the palace exists? Then I'll just throw you into hell alive. I immediately raised my fist and struck the ground with all my might. The floor of the entire Soul King Palace gave way, and a massive hole opened up, leading all the way down to hell. Chapter 45. Monster. I knew my master was strong enough to be undeniable. How could I not? I saw it with my own eyes, him fighting that Soul King for a staggering 100 years. How could I possibly remain ignorant of that strength? I saw him shatter the barrier surrounding the Soul King, the wall that rejects all external conceptual interference. With a single fist. I saw him take the light of eradication, which denies existence itself, with his bare body and shake the very foundations of the world with a single punch. That was why I was afraid. That was why I grew to loathe him. The Soul King was terrifying because he had strayed so far from humanity, but my master, he was terrifying because he felt so intensely human. In one sense, he was a more perfect being than the Soul King, yet for some reason his inner self remained limitlessly human. At times, he appeared as a transcendent being who had shed all worldly skin. At others, he seemed like an ordinary man steeped in the 5 desires and 7 emotions. At times, he was a sage who had realized the truths of all things. At others, he seemed like a fool who knew nothing at all. A forerunner one moment, a latecomer the next, a teacher then a disciple, a fragment of truth then a mass of errors. If you had just bowed your head like Shiryu and said it was for the sake of the world, that you were sorry and that you'd take the punishment later, I wouldn't have said a word. But what? For the sake of the Soul King? Does a bastard who claims to care for the Soul King tear him into pieces? Doesn't that sound strange even to you? A transcendent must be perfect. Enlightenment must be devoid of error. He who has shed his mortality must be complete, because an imperfect transcendent is nothing but a calamity by their mere existence. Look at the Soul King who lost his sanity in the end. Look at a being who shatters the world and causes cataclysms with a mere gesture. Look at that existence that is irrationality itself, one that ordinary humans like us can only look up to, living each day wondering when we might die. That was why I couldn't help but be wary of my master, who looked as if a human had been stuffed into the body of a transcendent. This is common with imperfect humans. They are the ones who ruin great works before a grand goal, all because of a single trivial emotion. You have no intention of changing, do you? One changes things when there is a problem with them. All because of a single emotion. It was utterly ridiculous. But what if such a being possessed the power of a transcendent? Their very existence is a seed of disaster. In a way, they inevitably become a catastrophe worse than the Soul King. Yeah, I thought you'd say that. That was why I sought to drag my master down, because I believed the space above the heavens should be a place where no one stands. The heavens should simply be the heavens. They are not something to be feared or worshipped. Life and death must be equal for everyone. Therefore, I, who have been deprived of the right to die, will likely suffer eternally in hell. Am I afraid? Of course I am. Dying is always terrifying, but it is that very fear that allows humans to move forward. A step without fear is no different from the aimless wandering of the dead. Of course, it's not that I never dreamed of eternal immortality. The moment I completed the Ukin, I did wonder, just for a second, if I should simply disappear along with the Soul King Palace, but I couldn't do that, because this plan is only completed through my death. Then I have nothing more to say as a master. Trying my best to hide my trembling hands, I looked at my master, no, at Shimon Mayo, and recalled the words Achib Hyasub spoke 500 years ago. Names hold power. Therefore, things without names either do not exist, or are existences that cannot be permitted to exist. To seal such an existence, one must first give it a name. To have a name is to establish one's existence and to draw its limits. That was why I created the name. Inherit, entangle, darkness, king. I used these 4 characters to give the name itself meaning. You shall be entangled in and inherit the throne of the Nether King. It was also intentional that others used the kanji for Shimon Mayo however they pleased. If the name had been too clearly defined from the start, he would have surely seen through my shallow scheme and never accepted it so. I made the name Shimon Mayo known but kept its underlying meaning hidden. The only ones who knew the true meaning of that name were me, who devised the plan, and Achib Hyasub, who bestowed the name. Only us two. And now, instead, from this moment on, I will speak as you have named me, as the Nether King. 3. Yes, this is enough. All that remains is to pay for my sins, which have been delayed for too long. Suniashiro Jamin. Watching my master call out my name and point out my sins one by one, I swallowed hard. Do I feel guilt? I do. But after 1,000 years it has worn thin, now feeling like nothing more than a burden weighing me down. Regret? I have none. My heart and actions were for the sake of the great task. I have not a shred of hesitation. Everything is justice. With my death, humanity's fear in the face of the unknown shall vanish. Everything has an answer. If a problem seems answerless, it is only because one hasn't fully grasped the question yet. If you take the time to understand it, you can find the answer to every problem. That is my theory. Therefore, I pass judgment. You are bound for the hell of black darkness. If that makes me a villain, then so be it. This is my resolve, carried since the days I trembled before the unknown. I will not die as long as the Soul King Palace remains. How do you intend to judge someone like me? You won't die as long as the Soul King Palace remains? Master clenched his fist and raised it. Then I'll just shove you into hell alive. The moment he finished speaking, the shape of his arm vanished for an instant. With an explosive roar that sounded like the world itself was being torn apart, the floor of the Soul King Palace vanished, and a massive hole was gouged out. A bottomless abyss, so deep it made my legs give out just looking at it, opened its maw wide, threatening to swallow me whole. I reflexively stepped back, but Master was already standing behind me. The moment our backs touched, a chill surged through me. I rolled forward to dodge, but the Nether King was faster, his hand seizing my face. Ugh! Running is useless. Crunch, the agony of a dislocated jaw and a crushed face radiated through me. It hurts. RTSI. You seem quite arrogant thinking you can't die, but hell is overflowing with bastards just like you. His hand gripped my collar tightly. I looked at him with trembling eyes, gasping as a sudden sensation of floating took over. I squeezed my eyes shut and opened them again. Clouds filled my vision. The sky? Look as much as you can. It's a view you'll never see again for as long as you live. I flinched and turned my head toward the voice coming from right beside me. Master was standing calmly upside down against the sky. I pulled at my jaw, forcing the displaced bone back into place with a snap, and smiled bitterly. Truly absurd power. I'm suppressing it as much as I can. You more. On. If I went all out, the 3 worlds would have been shattered long ago. Master, who was watching me with folded arms, began to draw out his hidden power. It was different from spiritual power or spiritual pressure. It was something belonging to an entirely different concept. An unknowable force that escaped human comprehension. The three worlds shook as if they would collapse at any second from that simple act alone. It was truly the power of a transcendent, one with the status to look down upon the entire world. Indeed, my thoughts were not wrong. That power is far too dangerous. That existence is nothing but a calamity to mankind. Ha! You're a monster. A being that threatens the world just by releasing his strength. How could this be anything but a disaster? Don't become a monster just to catch one. I should have told you this first long ago. I blinked at those words. Ha! Are you still giving me lessons even in a situation like this? Perhaps I was wrong. The fist approaching my face was the last thing I saw. After detonating Tsunoyashiro's head in the sky, I descended back to the ground. Tsunoyashiro was still in the middle of falling through the clouds. I watched silently as he passed the Soul King Palace and plummeted toward the bottom of hell before I turned away. For someone who blustered about not dying as long as the palace existed, it was a rather hollow end. But it wasn't particularly surprising. The guys who fall into hell are all the same. They don't die even if you kill them. So, what have you been doing over there for a while now? I turned around to see the monk busy writing something with his brush. Whenever that bastard picks up a brush, it creeps me out. What am I doing? Recording, of course. Recording the historic scene of the Nether King passing judgment on a sinner. I looked at the laughing monk with a puzzled expression when suddenly, a strange itchiness tickled my body, so I scratched my forearm. It kept itching, and when I looked down I saw a bug clinging to my arm. What kind of bug is this? I flicked away the bug, one I had never seen before, and looked back at the monk. The monk was staring at me with a look that clearly said, "This isn't how it was supposed to go." I scratched my head. Did you just do something to me? Humph. You truly are a monster. He's saying the same thing as that Tsunoyashiro brat. Seriously, what did he do? Chapter 46. Unfinished business. I crushed the pest I had flicked away with my foot. The ground was stained pitch black. Ichibe Hayasub. Ho ho. Why do you call for me? Thinking back, I never liked you. You probably don't even know why I despise you, do you? After all, you believe everything you've done was for the sake of peace. That is correct. His brazen confidence was almost impressive. Fine. I'd rather have a bastard who's an open piece of sh*t than a hypocrite. No shame, even after committing evil. Because that's just the nature of peace, right? If the sacrifice of the few is inevitable for the sake of the many, then it must be accepted, must it not? Provided you aren't part of that few. Don't get me wrong, I'm not exactly scolding you. I'm the one who fled to hell because I didn't want to give up my own body after all. Does that mean you could have taken up the role of the wedge yourself? Yeah. On paper, I probably could have been a better wedge than the Soul King. I could have become a living, sentient wedge, allowing the Soul King to close his eyes and die in peace. But I hated the idea, so I ran to hell. I had no desire to shoulder the massive burden known as the Three Worlds. Since the Soul King stepped up for the role himself, I figured I didn't have to. I kept my mouth shut and my hands off. I end that sense. I owe the Soul King a debt I can never repay, and I carry a sin that can never be washed away. By that logic, I'm just like you. A damn selfish human being. In a way, I was more malicious than any of them. They are ignorant of the future, but I decided to remain a bystander despite knowing exactly what would transpire in the distant years to come. But at least I didn't wrap myself in justice and self-rationalization like you. Do you know why I didn't? Because even if I have to carry my karma for a lifetime, I didn't want to live a life I'd be ashamed of before the heavens. Only then, when I finally meet the Soul King again after his death, can I look him in the eye and say, "I'm sorry I couldn't help, and thank you for everything." Even if I get cursed for being shameless, I'd at least be able to say those words. So I decided to do the best I can. I can't let people say the world the Soul King sacrificed himself to create is irrational or broken, or that it shouldn't exist, or that it needs a revolution. I established a new law to make it as good as it can be. Have you heard of the 6 realms of reincarnation? This is the first I have heard of it. Of course it is. I only made it today. Well, I won't bother explaining the details. We're both going to live long enough to get sick of each other. No point wasting my breath and rotting my brain trying to explain it now. I scratched my head and turned my back to him. It looks like you tried to use that petty little power of yours to drag me down and keep me in the palm of your hand. Keep dreaming. How did you? Honestly, it's not like I didn't know what they were up to, I was just playing along. The moment I heard the name from Kagaya, I realized it. These bastards are trying to give me a name. That's what I thought. Sure, having a name is convenient. Being called Mr. So-and-so is better than hey, you, sir, or the. How could I not know? You kept calling me Forerunner. Could it be? But how is that possible? Why? Didn't I tell you before? I don't have a name, but I have plenty of terms that describe me. Forerunner. Nether King. Master. Shimon, the teacher of letters. The awakened one. The first to open his eyes. They're all different, but they all point to me. They are also the words you used when you addressed me. Shimon Mayo. You accepted that not as a name to define yourself, but merely as an adjective. I am who I am. I'm not an entity you can define. I'm still thinking about what I want my name to be, so why the hell are you bastards trying to decide it for me? And besides, I'm the one who gave the name Soul King to him, you brat. You think you can just slap a name on me as you please without even asking if I like it? The more I talked, the more pissed off I got. You son of a bitch, I cracked my neck and slowly walked toward him. Time to catch these hands. They say Bodhidharma's head was lumpy like a mountain range. I'm going to make yours look exactly like that. Square up, you bastard. I finished turning Ichibe Hyasub's head into the shape of a jagged mountain. Peak. Hopefully this helps his high and mighty skull reach some higher dimensional thoughts. Maybe he'll stop drowning in that elitist guardian of justice complex. I washed the blood off my hands in a nearby river and returned to the Shiba estate. Perhaps because I'd already made an appearance, no one tried to block my path. Instead, most of the people I encountered looked at me like interns staring at a terrifyingly strict department head. Is this what they call a generation gap? Rizatsu used to ambush me at every turn, and Shiryu used to talk until my ears bled. Thinking back, those were the good old days. Do I sound like a boomer? It's not factually wrong, but it is a bit sad. Smacking my lips, I walked toward Shiryu's spiritual presence and locked eyes with him as he sat watching the garden, sipping green tea. Ah, master. You've returned. Yeah. You got the clothes? Of course. I have them ready right here. The garment he produced was a snow-white kimono that looked incredibly high-end at a glance. Why did he prepare a kimono that I can't even put on by myself? I don't know how to wear a kimono. Haha, this isn't just a regular kimono. It is a masterpiece known as the Iramonzuki Hakama. What makes it different? It is white. The way he nodded while making that sound reminded me of a certain environmental minister who would say things like, I believe that being older means you've lived longer, with a perfectly serious face. I don't like white. Dirt shows too easily. Ho ho, did I not tell you it wasn't an ordinary kimono? This Iramonzuki Hakama is actually… Shiryu trailed off and suddenly splashed his green tea directly onto the Hakama. What the hell? You're ruining the clothes you're giving me. Wait, it's still clean. Yes. As you can see, this Hakama rejects all food, liquid, and filth. Rejects? Don't tell me. Indeed. It is an application of the barrier concept that embodies the Soul King's philosophy, the rejection of outside forces, woven into the fabric. Of course, it only rejects filth. It can still be torn by blades. The weaver who crafted this named it Ibaku Fuku, the Eternal White Raiment. The Eternal White Raiment. That's a grand name. Is it not a name befitting the status of its master? Shiryu gave a low chuckle and handed me the clothes. Living up to its name, the texture was incredibly soft and light, fluttering as if it were a garment belonging to a celestial maiden. Shiryu then pulled out a long sash. Unlike the clothes, the sash was pitch black. This is the obi. Unlike the raiment, it's made of a high-grade fabric with nothing special about it other than being twice as durable as other fabrics. You're right, this is remarkably tough. The fact that it didn't tear when I gave it a tug meant it was exceptionally durable. Usually, normal clothes would shred the moment I pulled them. This weaver must be quite skilled. Indeed. She is the Grand Weaver who has woven the garments for all the heads of the 5 great noble houses, excluding you, master, as you were in hell. Grand Weaver? Is that a name? Who names their kid Grand Weaver? It is a title. Clothing is the most basic form of protection for the body. Those who weave such protection are called Orimori, and the pinnacle among them is called the Grand Weaver. So she's the boss of the weavers. Anyway, how do I put this on? Allow me to assist you. As Shiryu tried to stand, he let out a groan of pain, oof, showing his age. I gently pressed his shoulder to keep him seated. Even if he was my disciple, receiving such service from an old man was a bit much. I'll figure it out myself, so just sit. Ho ho. Aging is a sorrowful thing. It's natural. With that, I changed into the clothes. Changing basically just meant sticking my limbs in and wrapping it around me, especially the obi. Apparently, there's a proper way to tie it, but since I didn't know, I just tied it twice like a taekwondo belt and called it a day. Master, the knot of the obi is supposed to be turned toward the back. Oh, really? Carefully ensuring the top didn't come loose, I rotated the obi toward my back. The claim that it was high quality wasn't a lie, it was genuinely comfortable. This is nice. That is a relief. It was worth entrusting the task to the Grand Weaver. Wait a minute. It's been less than 11 hours since I asked for clothes and went to see Jamin. She finished all of this in that time? Was this pre-made? No, the Grand Weaver's hands are simply that fast. From spinning the thread to weaving the fabric on the loom and finishing the garment, it takes 10 minutes. A speed truly worthy of the name Senju. Senju, wait. Ah, I think I remember. What was it again? Senjumaru Shut Era. I remembered, yes, that was the name. You knew her? No, of course. For you, master, that is only natural. I guess. I scratched my head and sat down beside Shiryu. Now, shall we get back to the topic of Hozuki? Is this about his reincarnation? No, he can't reincarnate yet. Oh, don't look so despondent. I'll let him reincarnate once his accumulated spiritual power dissipates a bit. I'm planning to give him some work to do in hell that he's still young, so his guardian needs to sign the labor contract for him. Chapter 47. Not a black company. I brought up the topic of an employment contract, but this is a pre-civilized society that doesn't even have a constitution, let alone labor laws. So, I just wrote down what I thought was most reasonable and showed it to him. Of course, I wrote it out in long form so that this guy, who hasn't even accepted the solar calendar and thinks morning is when the sun rises and night is when it sets without a 24-hour clock, could understand. But to summarize, it's this: a 5-day workweek, 6 hours of daily labor, no overtime or night shifts, and no contact on weekends. Since the workplace is hell, literally, any necessary supplies or manpower will be provided upon request. For the record, I'm willing to bring down items from the surface world if requested. The Soul Society would probably flip out, but hey. If I set up a hellgate that can be opened and closed, it'll be less chaotic. And like all contracts, there was one worst case. Condition written at the very bottom, unpaid. The condition was that there would be no salary. Don't get me wrong. It's not like I have the mind of some crazy black company CEO out to suck people's marrow dry. Even if I wanted to pay, I've got nothing to give. Oh wait, I have potatoes. The kind you give with a clenched fist, a knuckle sandwich. Aside from that, maybe some saplings that spew lethal poison once they grow, some magma and some obsidian. Every single one of them is utterly useless in hell. In the first place, the entire lineup is nothing but a bunch of white elephants. In exchange, I'll promise you this. One day when that boy's spirit UAL pressure has diminished enough for reincarnation to be possible, I'll make sure to send him to either the human realm or the heavenly realm. He can choose whichever one he prefers. Those words alone are more than enough. Perhaps because he hadn't lived a long life for nothing, Shiryu understood the terms of the contract quickly and nodded. However, as if the part about working without any pay even in hell weighed on him, he couldn't take his eyes off the final clause. Don't worry too much though. From the moment I return to hell, I'm going to start something big. Hearing that you are starting something big, Master, already makes me feel lightheaded. May I ask what it is? I'm going to split hell into 28 pieces. Perhaps the scale was larger than he anticipated, as Shiryu could only blink blankly, unable to utter a word. No, to hear that someone is going to tear a world apart and only react like that. He's showing quite a lot of restraint. Shiryu, silent for a while, let out a low groan and toyed with his empty teacup. Waiting a moment to see what he would say, he finally opened his mouth with a bitter smile. If Master says so, I have no choice but to believe. What do you plan to create by splitting hell like that? First, I'll establish the 10 kings, the Shirwang, and have each of them take charge of one area, covering 10 hells in total. The remaining 16 will be divided into the 8 hot hells and the 8 cold hells. The 26 hells of the 10 kings, the 8 hot hells and the 8 cold hells that I remembered. On top of that, I'll create 2 additional sectors, one for me to reside in, and the other for when innocent souls end up trapped in hell with no way out, a place for them to stay. I plan to name these 2 the Nether King Palace and the Pure Spirit Hall. Oh, those are magnificent names. Shiryu nodded with a smile. Actually, even though I came up with the names, I personally thought they were incredibly cringy and stupid. But what could I do? That was all I could think of, the Soul King Palace. The Zero Division Hall. In truth, I just took those names and swapped out the kanji slightly. If that guy had been with Tsuneyashiro, there's no way he wouldn't know that. He probably reacted that way despite knowing. This really feels like fishing for compliments. Still, I had no intention of being a jerk and saying, actually they're stupid, in front of someone who went out of his way to say they were cool. That would just be bullying Shiryu, and there's no benefit in tormenting a future subordinate who's going to be working hard for me, right? For your information, you, Myron, and Rosatsu are all candidates for the 10 Kings. Excuse me? You didn't mishear. You're a candidate for the 10 Kings. Well, I say candidate, but I'm really just debating which of the 10 hells to send you to. Once that's decided, you're taking the seat. To be clear, while I call it a king, it's a position with a totally shattered work-life balance where you sit all day judging sinners without any rest. And I mean, people don't exactly say, "Ah, it's the weekend, I should take a break and die on a weekday instead," do they? Shiryu seemed to realize this as well, waving his hands in a flustered panic. How could a sinner like me sit in such an important position? You can. If you think of yourself as a sinner, then consider it as working yourself to the bone to achieve atonement. Of course, having to work 24 hours a day without sleep would only be for the first few hundred years. Once we gather enough people to work and the system is established, the 10 Kings will get some breathing room. As I spoke with a shrug, Shiryu groaned and clutched his chest. What the hell? He was fine a moment ago, why is he looking like he's at death's door all of a sudden? Look at that face, he might actually die if I leave him like that. Bringing up such important news so suddenly, this old man's heart cannot take it. Whoa, he's really going. I quickly pressed several pressure points and gave him a light cardiac massage. Where else are you going to find a disciple giving his master a massage? You're lucky it's me. Ho ho, though to anyone else we probably look like a grandfather and his grandson. Sigh. Thinking about things like that, looking young isn't always a good thing. Well, it's certainly better than looking old though. After sharing a few more trivial jokes and confirming his complexion had improved, I stood up from my seat. By the way, since when did you decide to make me one of the 10 Kings? I told you when I first got here. You and all the others are bound for hell. I thought you'd have figured it out by now since you've lived long enough, but did you really not know? I didn't think it meant that. I truly thought it meant you were going to drag us to hell to make us pay for our sins. Why would I want to look at your faces even in hell? No thanks, kid. I'm sick of it already. When I waved my hand in absolute refusal, Shiryu nodded with a bitter smile. After a brief silence, he spoke again. Then am I to go to hell right this moment? No, live about 50 more years before you come. Pardon? I've marked him as a candidate for the 10 Kings, but I have no intention of dragging him to hell yet. What use would an old man who can barely move his own body be? Even if it gets a bit better in hell, he'd still be useless. I need to finish at least the bare minimum of preparations before I take him. More importantly, the 6 realms of reincarnation haven't even been fully established yet. Even if you're going to die, you should finish everything you need to do here before kicking the bucket. Don't make me do the same work twice, just wrap up your business and take your time coming over. Just so you know, if you're too late, I'll come up personally and drag you down by the hair. Don't even dream of running away. I meant it, I would literally chase him to the ends of the world to slap that 10 King crown on his head. Leaving behind Shiryu, who looked utterly shell-shocked by the very sincere threat, I stepped out of the Shiba estate. Now, the next stop is the Tsuneyashiro estate. The direction was west of the Soul King Palace, where the sun sets. I'll head there, finish up my business, and head back. The business in question was informing the family about Tsuneyashiro Jaman's whereabouts. No matter how heinous his crimes, the man was still the progenitor of a great noble house. He was a pathetic ancestor who stayed holed up in the Soul King Palace and didn't care for his clan, but the family would be in an uproar if their progenitor vanished overnight. I needed to go personally and settle the situation. Even if Jaman was a piece of trash, his descendants weren't necessarily the same. I couldn't exactly punish them for his crimes through guilt by association, so for a clean finish I had to put in this much EFF. Ort. I should probably just say something like, your ancestor committed a major sin and fell into hell, so don't waste your energy looking for him, right? No. It's better to just be blunt and tell them everything. It would be a pain if they tried to shield him just because he's their elder. I walked along, wondering where exactly to start the story, and before I knew it, I had arrived at the Tsuneyashiro estate. The mansion is surprisingly normal. I expected them to have decorated it like the Soul King Palace, but it was just an ordinary mansion with gatekeepers guarding the entrance. Of course, ordinary was only in comparison to the Soul King Palace. Compared to any common house, it was overwhelmingly massive. Closing my eyes and sensing the interior, I realized this place was clean in a different sense than the Shiba estate. While the Shiba estate felt clean because it was well organized, the Tsuneyashiro estate felt clean because there was literally nothing there. If there was a moderate amount of empty space, I would have called it aesthetic, but the level of vacancy here felt obsessive. It felt less like clean and more like hollow. If not for the gatekeepers at the entrance and the presence of people inside, I would have thought they'd gotten wind of my arrival and fled in the middle of the night. Excuse me for a bit. Yes? Who are you? I blinked at the gatekeeper, who looked at me as if wondering who this random guy was. Strictly speaking, he wasn't wrong, but it was a bit ridiculous. Does it make any sense that these bastards use my name for everything, and yet not a single one of them knows what I look like? Even if they were bad at it, they should have left a drawing for their kin. Or at least described my appearance. It was frustrating, but I couldn't exactly plow through kids who simply didn't recognize my face. I brought up a name they would at least recognize. Shimon Mayo. Please wait a moment. I will relay the message inside. At the very least, my name must have been passed down. The gatekeeper shuddered and immediately ran inside. The other gatekeeper remaining at the post stole glances at me while trying to look like he wasn't. What, are you surprised the ancestor of the 5 great noble houses looks so young? Ugh. No, I wasn't. My apologies. What's there to apologize for? I'm not scolding you, so relax, kid. I patted the shoulder of the gatekeeper, who was flustered enough to stutter. Have a seat. We've got nothing to do while waiting, let's chat. I'm sorry. I am currently on duty. Is that so? Then I'll just sit by myself. Without even dusting off the ground, I plopped down on the steps. The gatekeeper looked quite taken aback. Why are you so surprised? Did Jamin not tell you the kind of person your ancestor was? Ah, well, usually nobles don't even speak to low-born commoners like us. Sigh. When you die, everyone is just a lump of meat filled with shit and piss. What does class or status matter? There may be low occupations, but there are no low humans. There may be high occupations, but there are no high humans. If blue blood really existed the way those guys claim, why would the Soul King be stuck up there, unable to even die? Well, I suppose it's not really my place to say, considering I call myself the Nether King. Feeling a bit bitter, I smacked my lips and rested my chin on my hand. Hey, do you know? The ones you call ancestors, Jamin, Shiryu, Myron, Rizatsu. Those guys used to live in wooden huts. The kind of houses where rain would leak through the bug-eaten ceilings. And now those guys act like nobles. It's truly a funny thing. So if an opportunity ever comes your way, grab it. Don't just give up and say, I have the blood of a gatekeeper, so I'll just be a gatekeeper. Thank you for the kind words. Oh, right. We were talking and I forgot to ask your name. What is it? Ah. My name is Ikenzaka. I have no surname. Ikenzaka, ah. So it's that Ikenzaka. In the end, they couldn't give up the role of gatekeeper. Sigh. Well, if he likes it, what can I do? Still, at least Ikenzaka remained as a surname rather than just a name, so I guess that counts for something. A million-year-long lineage of gatekeepers. I guess you need that kind of persistence to be a gatekeeper. In a way, it's actually impressive. All right, keep up the good work. Sensing the gatekeeper who went inside returning with another presence, I stood up from the steps. Chapter 48. I had no idea the gatekeeper who had gone to deliver the word returned accompanied by none other than the head of the Tsuneyashiro clan. The man had dark green hair that reached his shoulder blades, braided and draped over his right shoulder, a hairstyle commonly joked about as the dead mom hair in certain circles. It was our first time meeting, but the power of atavism must be terrifying. Because the moment I saw his face, that bastard Jamin immediately came to mind. Whoa, for a second I thought you were Jamin. If I had a hint of dementia, I would have mistaken him for Jamin entirely. That's how much he resembled him. Even the hair color was the same dark green. If his hair had been shorter, I really would have thought it was Jamin himself. I have been told many times that I resemble our progenitor. It's funny that he's aware of it himself. That I heard he was holed up in the Soul King Palace and never came out. So did he visit the clan house often? I came to know it because the elders of the clan were so startled when they saw me. Every time they looked at him, they would gasp and claim the progenitor had returned. The man let out a cynical chuckle, but his face soon returned to an expressionless mask. My apologies for the late introduction. I am the fourth head of the Tsuneyashiro clan, Tsuneyashiro Raiwa. My name is written with the characters for example and transformation, carrying the meaning of be an example. Please feel at ease and call me Raiwa. My first impression of Raiwa was that he was a talkative fellow, though in a different sense than Shiryu. Unlike Shiryu, whose chatter was just aimless rambling, this guy was talkative in the sense that he was meticulously detailed in his speech. Asking me to drop the family name and call him by his given name the moment we met probably meant, I'm lowering my head to you for now. Was the fact that he went out of his way to explain his name means be an example a sign that his entire family would follow my lead? I'm no expert at reading between the lines, but the way he embeds meaning into every single word really reminds me of Jamin. I guess blood is blood after all. That I smacked my lips and scratched my head. You seem to know who I am. Well, I don't know how much you know, but for now I'm Shimon Mayo. Call me whatever you want, I don't care. Then I shall address you as Lord Shimon. Hearing it like that reminds me of a certain space pirate who lives by drilling into the ground. It feels a bit weird, but since I was the one who said I wouldn't argue about it, suit yourself. There are many things I wish to ask. First, I shall escort you inside, so please follow me. I followed Raiwa as he bowed politely and began to walk. Even when I had checked from the outside with my eyes closed, it felt empty, but seeing it in person made it feel even more hollow. Yes, it felt like a temporary movie set built for a drama. As I walked along, looking around the hallway that was so empty it felt alien, Raiwa, who was leading the way, spoke up. Do you find the manor to be empty? Seeing as you're bringing it up first, does that mean you knew and left it empty on purpose? Yes. Our progenitor, Lord Jamin, said, keep nothing near you except that which is necessary. You feel the manor is empty because we have followed that teaching. We do not bring anything into the main house except for daily necessities. So it wasn't just a concept of being frugal. Isn't it uncomfortable? If a man can habitually chew on vegetable roots, he will be able to accomplish any task. I was taught that if one has a roof to keep out the rain, walls to block the wind, and food to fill a hungry stomach, what is there to be uncomfortable about? Kagaya was like this, and now this guy too. Why does everyone sound like some enlightened monk? Heh. I really wonder how Jamin, of all people, produced a son like this. That bastard had amazing luck with children. I don't know if he raised them strictly to fit his taste or if he was genuinely good at education. Considering that bastard's personality, either way is impressive. Thank you for the compliment. After our brief conversation, we arrived at a room with tatami mats and an irori hearth. In the center, I didn't know if it was green tea or something else, but it smelled quite nice. This is the place I normally use as a tea room. Since the manor does not have a separate reception room, I have inevitably guided you here. Don't worry about it. As long as there's a place to sit, it doesn't matter where it is. Thank you for your understanding. Please sit here. Raiwa spoke as he guided me to what appeared to be the seat of honor. Right behind the seat hung a scroll with the calligraphy, "Retribution is certain." Isn't this the seat where the head of the clan usually sits? What does a head of the clan signify in the presence of the progenitor? Please do not mind it and sit comfortably. I've never met someone this polite, so it's a bit burdensome. As I sat down with a slightly reluctant expression, Raiwa bowed his head and began to busily prepare something. This is the Tsuneyashiro clan's secret white tea, known as Hakurika, white spirit bloom. It takes a little time to brew. Would it be all right if we talked while I prepare it? Whatever you want. Yes. Then first, I shall light the fire in the hearth. Raiwa brought over some silver-hued charcoal, placed it in the hearth, and pointed his index finger toward it. Hado number 3, Byakuren, white flame. A pure white flame shot from the tip of his finger, and with a whoosh, the charcoal caught fire. It's always fascinating to see Bakuto or Hado that didn't appear in the original series. When did that bastard Jamin make the Hado? Did the progenitor create the Hado? According to the legends passed down, I heard it was a gift bestowed by the Soul King. Well, technically it was bestowed by the Soul King. If not for the Soul King, neither Bakuto nor Hado would exist. So back when they were sealing the Soul King, did they create not only the Bakuto but all the Hado as well? If so, they could have poured Hado on me back then. Did they use only Bakuto on purpose? No, he probably did a quick mental calculation and thought, using Hado will only piss him off, so let's forget it. Or maybe he just forgot. However, there is one thing I wish to ask. What are you curious about? I wish to ask what your purpose is for visiting our clan. What? I thought he brought me here knowing everything, but he didn't know anything at all? How is it that even the way they're airheads in the most important moments is the same? I wish he hadn't inherited that trait. Well, it's nothing major. Actually, it is a big deal. I came to tell you about your ancestor. About Lord Jamin? It's bad news if it's bad news. Should I tell you right now? Raiwa, who was whisking the tea with an object that looked like a chasin, put it down and asked. How bad is this news? Very bad. I see. In that case, please speak without reservation. Raiwa bowed his head and requested, beginning to whisk the tea again to create foam. To be honest, it was unexpected. Since he asked how bad, I thought he'd say, let's skip the scary talk and just drink tea. Well, if he were that faint-hearted, he wouldn't be sitting in the seat of the clan head. Then, since I've been given the okay, I should tell him immediately. Tsuneyashiro Jamin, that bastard went to hell. Clatter, I see. I thought he would demand to know why his ancestor fell to hell, or what crime he committed for a living man to be cast into hell, but he was far more calm than I expected, which actually surprised me more. Was Jamin standing within the family actually horribly low? It was enough to make me think that instinctively. You're surprisingly composed. As written on the scroll hanging in the tokonoma, I simply believe that retribution is certain. If the progenitor fell into hell, there must have been a sufficient reason for it. Raiwa spoke while staring intently at me. His expression was practically asking, so, why did he fall into hell? Now that I look closer, even though the water in the pot was boiling over, he didn't care at all and just kept looking at me. It seems he's extremely flustered internally. Even if he doesn't show it on the surface, he's probably suppressing it because he thinks he shouldn't waver here since he's the clan head. I came to tell you that. Why he fell into hell? Please. To the bowing Raiwa, I explained everything that happened 1,000 years ago and what Tsuneyashiro Jamin had done. Even though I summarized as much as possible, there was so much to explain that the story naturally grew long. I finished only after emptying 2 cups of the tea Raiwa had brewed. And so I cast Tsuneyashiro Jamin into hell. After finishing the story, I set down the empty teacup. On the other hand, Raiwa was staring down at his now cold tea, unable to drink. He must have a lot on his mind already, so there was no need for me to keep talking and complicate things further. Yes, I waited for a moment. Raiwa put down his cup and toyed with the hair draped over his shoulder, a bitter smile on his lips. So that was the reason why the hair color of the Tsuneyashiro clan. An instant. It's true that the hair that grew back after completing the ukin was that color. To those who don't know, it looks like a mere change in hair color, but to those who do, it was no different from a brand of shame. I'm sorry, but I'm absolutely useless with that kind of thing, so there's nothing I can do for you. How could I have the face to make such a request? It is an original sin that we must carry. The one who committed the crime is someone else. Why should you carry it? Don't worry about things like guilt by association. Just remember that it happened. You mean that every time I see this hair, I should remember the original sin of my ancestor, using it as a negative example to stay vigilant. I understand. Ugh, chills. The way he speaks is so identical that I almost punched him instinctively. I lightly clenched and unclenched my itchy fists and stood up from my seat. Anyway, that's all I have to relay. Don't bother asking if you're curious about anything else. I don't know either. Yes. You have already told me enough. Right. The tea was good. I'm leaving. No need for a send-off, so don't come out. Safe travels. Leaving Raiwa behind as he bowed, I stepped out of the Tsuneyashiro manor. Since there weren't any other places I needed to show my face, I should head back. Crack. Just as when I arrived, I struck the air to shatter the boundary and return to hell. And when I returned to hell, which now felt as comfortable as my own home. What the fuck? I survived. I'm alive. I hate the heat, I hate the heat, I hate the heat. Sniff, sob, thank you. Thank you. The 320 people I had definitely thrown into the magma had somehow come back to life. What the hell is this? Chapter 49. Abandon all hope. At first I thought I was seeing things. There was a bastard rejoicing that he was alive, another gnashing his teeth and swearing revenge, and yet another trembling because he didn't want to be hurt, a truly colorful cast of characters that I was certain I'd dump them all into the volcanic craters so they wouldn't crawl back out. So why the hell are they acting like this over there? The answer was obvious. Someone must have rescued them. Once my thoughts reached that point, I found myself scratching my eyebrow, speechless. Didn't I specifically tell them not to save these things? Do they listen to my words through their backsides? If they had fallen into hell for no reason, that would be one thing, but to take pity on and recklessly save bastards who were sent here for their crimes. Just how much of a joke do they think I am to pull this kind of stunt? In truth, I wasn't even that angry. I was just puzzled. Hozuki is a hopelessly kind man. He's the type who would just smile even if you cursed him out for being a pushover. But being kind and being stupid are two entirely different things. Hozuki is kind, but he isn't a fool. It means he isn't so idiotic that he can't distinguish between someone worth saving and someone who isn't. He knows the difference between gold and grit, right? There must have been a misunderstanding. Let's go with that. After settling my pointless emotions, I scanned the entirety of hell. I soon sensed Hozuki's spiritual power near one of the craters. Wait, so he's not just a kind pushover, but a total dumbass. I'm the idiot for trusting him. I let out a deep sigh and dashed toward the crater in a single leap. Upon arrival, I saw Hozuki's back. He was standing right at the edge, staring down at the bubbling magma. I approached him without a word, making my footsteps heard. Hozuki turned toward me. Ah, you've arrived. I had a mountain of things I wanted to say, but I suppressed the rising heat of my emotions, filtering and refiltering my words. After all that pruning, I finally uttered the one necessary sentence. Why did you do it? At my question, Hozuki looked back down at the boiling magma inside the crater and exhaled a long sigh. You told me that as long as the sinners remain in those pits of fire, they would not be resurrected, did you not? I did. But I saw them within that pit. I saw them being reborn only to writhe in agony. I saw them reaching their hands toward the sky endlessly, begging for their lives. I saw them pleading, desperate for salvation. I saw them melting away, trying to climb the walls only to slip, screaming as they were dragged back down by the hands of other sinners. Saying this, Hozuki slowly closed and opened his eyes. He reached out his hand toward the lava that had bubbled over the rim of the crater. Before I could stop him, he thrust his hand into the flowing lava without a moment's hesitation. He didn't scream. He only let tears fall. I stood there blankly, never imagining he would actually shove his hand into the lava. Hozuki stood up, severed his own left arm and wiped his tears with his right hand. Even a single arm brings such unbearable pain. How could I possibly fathom the agony of one's entire body melting away in a pit of fire? So you personally rescued them? I could not bear to leave those who were suffering right before my eyes. I couldn't even call him a madman. This was a train of thought that my ordinary mind simply could not comprehend. No matter how much I thought about it in a sense, his logic was similar to Kagaya's just before his transcendence, but upon closer inspection it was fundamentally different. Kagaya attained enlightenment by realizing his own inadequacies and accepting them. But this lunatic? He only thinks about wanting to save people and charges ahead without looking left or right. They are receiving the punishment they deserve. They committed crimes knowing they would fall to hell, so they have no right to complain about the pain. There is no being who deserves to suffer. Sigh. I'm really terrible at dealing with this kind of crap. I just want to live a peaceful life cracking the skulls of the bastards who fall into hell. Is that so much to ask? Falling into hell itself is the mistake, if anything. I let out a heavy sigh and sat down. There are those who deserve to be punished. Is the purpose of punishment not to make one repent? I do not believe that pain is the only answer to bringing about repentance. You want to reform them instead of punishing them? Fine, I get the sentiment. I'll save them because I pity them. Let's save them first and think later. No one likes being hurt, so let's not do that. There must be another way. Taken out of context, this sounds like a heartwarming story of a person striving to save someone. But this is hell. Because of that, a single word is added to those heartwarming phrases that I'll save the sinner because I pity them. They are a sinner, but let's save them first and think later. The sinner doesn't like being hurt either, so let's not do that. There must be another way for the sinner to atone. Looking at it ag. It's not a heartwarming story. It's a story that makes my blood boil with sheer frustration. Then what about the beings who suffered because of those bastards? What about the lives unfairly snuffed out by their hands? How are you going to resolve their grievances? That is, are you going to tell them they've been reformed and are different people now, so just forgive them? Do you really think forced forgiveness counts for anything? I believe they must prove their own reformation as they move forward. It's too late to prove anything. If they wanted to do that, they should have behaved while they were alive. In the first place, a victim suffers just by looking at their victimizer's face. This is hell. The place where those who committed capital sins while living end up. Since they committed capital sins, they must pay the price through death here. Regretting their choices and repenting comes after that. Hozuki could offer no rebuttal and kept his mouth shut. If it were Kagaya, he would have proposed a method I never would have thought of, but Hozuki could provide no alternative. What good is a noble sentiment without a plan? Presenting ideals while simply saying don't do it without offering a clear countermeasure is selfish behavior. I wonder if he even realizes that he's acting like a child throwing a tantrum because he can't see reality. Well, technically he is just a kid. He was indeed at the age where action precedes thought. That's why I couldn't just blindly lose my temper even after seeing the mess he'd made. If the person who pulled this stunt was old enough to know better, I would have smashed his head in long ago. But he really is just a boy who suffered from illness all his life and died, yet remained so. He never held a grudge against anyone. Since I know all that, how could I stay angry? He did it out of ignorance. What can you do? Sigh. I let out a frustrated sigh and looked at Hozuki. His face was as pale as a ghost. It wouldn't be strange if he dropped dead right now. You're going to die like that. Wait, is he dead already? Seriously, already? I checked him over, thinking he might have passed on, but aside from his heart beating a bit slowly, he was definitely alive. He was just so deep in thought that he had forgotten he was dying. Judging by the cold sweat, he was still feeling the pain. TSK. Sorry. I don't know any other way to end your pain besides this. While Hozuki was lost in thought, I struck his solar plexus and forcibly stopped his heart. Don't get me wrong. It definitely wasn't because I was annoyed. I simply don't know any other way to heal wounds. Unless someone invented a healing keto, there was no other way to recover from such injuries except to die once. Sleep it off for now. You won't last long in that state. Ah. With a short gasp, Hozuki collapsed. I grabbed the scruff of his neck and dragged him back home. In many ways, it was a day that reminded me of Kagaya. You should have shared some of that enlightenment with me before you left, you bastard. Even if he had told me, I probably wouldn't have understood most of it and forgotten the core of it, but at least I'd have a few more flowery words to use. Exhaling a sigh, I tossed Hozuki inside the house and walked back out. Let's clean up outside and then think. I'll split some parts of hell while I'm at it and crack the skulls of those escaping sinners. I cracked my neck and started walking slowly, setting aside the ones who accepted the situation and are staying quiet, and excluding those who have given up and are just trembling. That bastard went the furthest. I chased after a swordsman who had been sent to hell for the crime of tamashijiri. Because he was accustomed to physical labor, he had run much further than the others. Of course, that was meaningless before me. We've met before, haven't we? Wag? He sure is noisy. Regardless, I started with the swordsman and crushed the skulls of all the runaways before dragging them back to where the others were gathered. The runaways were brought back one by one. Those who had held a glimmer of hope began to fall into despair. The ones who were dragged back by their hair didn't even need mentioning. Don't think about running. Not unless you want your skulls cracked like these idiots. This is the hell you fell into because of the choices you made. Buck up and endure it with everything you've got. If you hate that, your only choice is to die resisting. Chapter 50. In search of help. Since that day, I have performed the daily rite of skull-crushing atonement once every 24 hours. Of course, the atonement isn't mine to perform, it belongs to the sinners. And it isn't my skull being crushed, it's theirs. To be precise, I stay true to the once-a-day rule. If I kill them once, they're done for the day. It's not because I feel pity for those bastards. It's purely because I'm short-handed. If I truly wanted to, I could pop all 320 of their heads in a single second like I was cracking open soda cans. Instead, I take my time, killing them one by one with deliberate care. Get lost. Stay away from me. Like hell, I'm going anywhere. Give me more. Ugh, arg. I gave a thin smirk as I spoke. The sinner charged at me with his fists raised, and I let him hit me. The man swung his fists with desperate, life-ending fervor. But when he saw that I didn't even blink, he seemed to lose his mind, sinking to the ground with a deranged giggle. His head was at the perfect height for a kick. I obliged thwack. With a wet sound, his head was torn clean off, colliding with a nearby boulder and turning into a bloody mess. Gasp. I heard the sound of someone catching their breath near that boulder. I scanned the area, but I didn't see anyone immediately. Must have misheard. He's probably waiting for me to think exactly that and move on. I scratched my ear and pretended to walk away, whispering, "Did he go?" Once the hidden bastard let his guard down, I instantly teleported right next to the rock he was crouching behind. Did you really think I left? Wayarag. He let out a scream that could pierce the heavens. Apparently, I gave him such a fright that his heart simply stopped, and he died on the spot. I didn't expect him to be that shocked. Anyway, this is how I've been killing all 320 of them, one by one. It takes about 2 to 3 minutes to catch and kill each one. Times 320. It takes 13 hours just to kill these pieces of shit, and I'm spending more than half my day slaughtering these scum. It's a total drag. If it's such a drag, why do I bother? Because death must never become a habit. That is why I go through the effort. A painless death that arrives in a fraction of a second ceases to be a terror. It becomes a routine. Death without suffering is no longer a punishment. If dying in H.L. becomes daily life rather than a penalty, these bastards might eventually start lining up to be first in the queue whenever I show up, thinking, might as well get it over with. Please. Stop. I'm begging you, I'll do anything. Please let me live. I'm sure the people who died by your hand begged like that too. What did you say back then? That was, if you wanted to live, you shouldn't have committed the sin. I slowly crushed the begging sinner's head under my heel. I turned toward another sinner creeping up on me from the side. I saw something glinting in his hand, a jagged obsidian shard he'd broken off to use as a blade. Die. Stab. I let the obsidian dagger strike my stomach. Forget a puncture wound, it didn't even leave a scratch. Why? Why won't you die? You're tearing my clothes, you brat. I delivered a kick to his shoulder, tearing off the arm holding the dagger, and then separated his head from his body in one smooth motion. Basically, the conclusion is that I'm putting in the effort to prevent them from becoming accustomed to the end. Since I was the one who volunteered for this, I should at least put in the minimum amount of work. But damn it, why is the minimum so high? Motherf, I don't just rest in the time between skull crushing either. I'm currently undergoing the massive restructuring of hell I discussed with Shiryu. Splitting the land, dividing sectors, planting an entire forest of hell trees in one area, moving various objects, stuff like that. As a result, I haven't slept in months. Fortunately, this body isn't the type to get sick from lack of sleep, but the mental fatigue is agonizing. The project itself is a long-term plan that couldn't possibly be finished in a day or two. So I don't technically need to keep such a tight schedule. But because I'm so short-handed, I can't keep up if I don't work like this. It would have been great if I could use Hozuki as labor, but that's not an option. I have to do it all alone. What use is a kid trapped in some idealist fantasy about saving pitiful sinners? Speaking of which, where the hell has he been lately? I haven't seen his face in weeks. What exactly is he doing? I spread my senses to locate him and felt his presence near the crater where he had tried to fish the sinners out before. The good news was that there were no more sinners in that crater. The confusing part was what he was doing there. If the crater was empty, I ripped the 320th sinner's body into upper and lower halves, and then began walking toward the mountain where Hozuki was. What the? When I arrived at the crater, Hozuki was kneeling, staring off toward the direction where the sinners were gathered. He didn't speak. He didn't even seem to be breathing. He just sat there with tears streaming down his face. What are you doing? I was contemplating how to save the sinners from their agony. Hozuki was weeping, but strangely his voice didn't tremble at all. Are you still on about that pitiful nonsense? I told you those bastards don't deserve that treatment. These are guys who took joy in slaughtering others, who lived by ruining people's lives. What's so pitiful about them? It is not because of that. What? I didn't expect those words to come out of Hozuki's mouth. Of all people I stared at him with wide eyes. Hozuki watched the sinners in the distance and spoke. From this distance, the sinners do not look like sinners. They simply look like ordinary people. Because those bastards are. I am not speaking of their essence. I am saying that despite their sins, their outward appearance here is no different from any other human being. Something has changed since last time that I sat down next to him and looked out toward the sinners. Hozuki was right. If you watch them without knowing they were sinners, they did look like normal people. It was obvious, really. In the end, they were humans too. Their actions were lower than vermin, but they were still human-adjacent beings. So? What's your point? I was thinking, why did they have to commit sins unlike ordinary people? What forced them to sin? And, did you find your answer? It is because they wandered without anyone to lead them. My heart aches so much that my tears will not stop. If there had been someone to guide them, they wouldn't have had to suffer like this. They wouldn't have had to fall to hell. So, what do you want to do about it? I do not know yet. I shall contemplate it further. Hozuki just kept his eyes wide, staring at the sinners. When Hozuki first caused that mess, I never thought he'd end up thinking this way. Seeing him lost in thought like that, it was a chilling reflection of how Kagaya used to look just before he reached his own enlightenment. Good luck with that. As long as he doesn't do something crazy to save those bastards right now, I have no reason to interfere. Leaving Hozuki behind, who was watching the sinners with unblinking eyes as if afraid to miss a single moment, I walked away to finish my work that I'd already finished splitting hell apart a few days ago. Hell is obscenely vast, so it was a bit of a hassle, but since it just involved smashing things according to my intuition, it wasn't particularly difficult. Instead, a much larger problem had cropped up. The 8 hot hells and 8 cold hells, the realms of the 10 kings. As far as I remember, the 10 kings' judgment starts with the hell of the Mountain of Needles. Fuck, where am I going to find enough swords? I'm just getting started and there's already an error. For places like the hell of boiling water or the hell of tongue pulling, I can just use existing lava and pull tongues out by hand. But the hell of the Mountain of Needles and the hell of the Forest of Swords require actual blades. I have no blades, and then there's the 8 cold hells. How the hell do I manage those? There is a desert, but it's just a bit chilly if you stand there. It's nowhere near what could be called hellish. I racked my brain for an answer, but nothing came to me. Sigh, if I'd known this would happen, I would have at least learned some demon arts. Wait. Even if I knew them, I can't use them because I have no spiritual power. Wait a minute. If I can't use them, I just have to find someone who can and make them do the work. Why didn't I think of that before? The bastard who actually created Keto is right here in hell after all. A grin spread across my face as I turned toward the absolute edge of hell. The Naraka. I stretched my senses as far as they could go. Deep within Naraka, the hell outside of hell, I felt a presence. It was curled up, floating aimlessly like someone who had given up on thinking altogether. That's right. Suniashiro Jamin. Even if he's a sinner, it's only right to put his skills to use if he has them. Actually, that's just an excuse. There's no way I'm going to work my ass off alone, Will. He's lounging around, floating in the abyss. Hey Jamin buddy, come do a little job with me. It's nothing hard. Just a simple assistant gig. When we're done, I'll even let you wear one of the 10 kings' hats. As I planned how to cook and serve Jamin, I began walking toward the Naraka. A new slave. You're sentenced to 24 hours of unpaid labor a day.